Phoenix Nights. Chapter 4491. Cold Plum continued. The last item is a kind of spiritual medicine. It's different from the eternal fruit. This spirit medicine was actually artificially refined. It's called Nine Lightning Body Tempering Pill. After taking it, it can temper the body and increase one's aptitude. The effect is very magical. It can turn ordinary people into geniuses, geniuses into monsters, and monsters into monsters. So many good things. Presumably, apart from these 4 items, the rest of them were definitely not ordinary items. Looks like I have to go to this place. There might be clues about Yushin and so many treasures. It would be a pity not to go. Ling Xiao naturally knew that it was difficult, but he didn't believe that all 22 teams were equally strong. There must be weak ones. How would he know if he would succeed if he didn't try? The 3 of them finally made a decision. Let's go together. Although Cold Plum couldn't use her true essence often, her physical strength was comparable to a peak core realm expert. At the crucial moment, she could endure the pain and use her true essence. She could display even more terrifying strength. As for Dongwon Yu, it wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with a peak core realm expert. After all, there were only a few shattered core realm experts. There were even fewer shattered core realm experts under 100 years old. In that case, let's go sign up first. Cold Plum stood up and said, As the Kai Dai Saintess of the Savage Beast region, I still have some say in the Patriarch Society. It won't be a problem for me to sign up. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Yuhua Tianrui? Ling Xiao smiled. No need. I don't know him. He was the one who insisted on sticking to me. Cold Plum shook her head. In that case, let's go. The 3 of them left Skysea Pavilion, but before they could leave, they saw Yuhua Tianrui coming over with his guards. The eyes of the Divine Physique Echelon Realm Guard were cold and sinister. Obviously, he didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao. However, this was normal. It would be strange if he had a good impression of him. From his point of view, Ling Xiao was trying to snatch his young master's woman. Saintess, are you going to leave without saying goodbye? Yuhua Tianrui had the intention of denouncing him as soon as he arrived. Where I go doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, does it? Cold Plum frowned. Who does Yuhua Tianrui think he is to me? But since you're here, there's no harm in telling you. Master and I have some matters to attend to. In the future, there was no need to trouble young Master Tianrui to take care of him. No matter what, thank you for your kindness. Cold Plum came to Skysea Pavilion alone to buy herbs. Yuhua Tianrui insisted on getting close. If it was not for the fact that it was not appropriate for her to use her vital essence now, she would have chased him away long ago. Why would he waste so much time talking nonsense with this fellow? Goodbye. Ling Xiao smiled. He soared into the air and flew back to the central hub of the Heavenly Hall with Cold Plum and Dongwon Yu. Bastard! Seeing Ling Xiao and the others leave, Yuhua Tianrui suddenly cursed fiercely. The *TCH who doesn't know what's good for her. Eldest young master, there's no need to be angry. If you're not satisfied, I'll kill those 3 people for you. Fenghua said calmly. Although he felt that it would be troublesome for Yuhua's sect to rashly kill the cultivators from the Golden Sky region and the Savage Beast region. But as long as his master gave the order, he did not care. Damn it, that Cold Plum and Ling Xiao were flirting with each other. They were purposely trying to anger eldest young master. Li Dian gritted his teeth and said. Yuhua Tianrui thought for a while and said, The other party's identity is special. It's better to be careful. Especially that Cold Plum, Kai Dai Saintess, she has a great background. We can't afford to offend her. If she really gets angry, her strength might not be inferior to a Divine Physique Echelon cultivator. Yuhua Tianrui was not a fool after all. At least he had a brain. He did not directly give the order to kill Ling Xiao and the others. Fenghua, send someone to keep an eye on those 3 people. I want to get information on them at all times. Kai Dai Saintess! Ha! Only this kind of woman is worthy of me. Yuhua Tianrui sneered. There was nothing he could not get in the chaotic desert ocean. So what if she was the Kai Dai Saintess? Eldest young master, I've already sent someone to keep an eye on them. That Ling Xiao is the one who killed the Twin Tiger Gang's leader and obtained the Twin Tiger Divine Seal, Feng Hua said. Oh? I couldn't tell. He's that strong? Yuhua Tianrui was too familiar with the strength of the Twin Tiger Gang's leader. They had a deal in the past. Third level of the Shattered Core Realm. He was actually killed by Ling Xiao? It's probably someone else's doing. The person who reported the information said that when they went, the Twin Tiger Gang's leader was already dead, Feng Hua said. No matter what, let's keep an eye on him first. If we want to kill him, we have to make sure that we kill him in one blow. Also, we can't let the people of the Golden Sky region know about it. After all, he's the champion of the Golden Battle. Yuhua Tianrui knew that it was not easy for their Yuhua divine sect to grow. They still had to look at the face of the Patriarch Society. And the Patriarch Society represented the 13 forces of the 4 regions and 9 worlds. He could not afford to offend any of them. Therefore, he had to be even more careful. Who? The Divine Physique Echelon Guard suddenly snorted. He looked at a place not far away. A person appeared there. It was a man with a strong build. He looked very young. His muscles were tense. His figure was also extremely tall, about 3 meters tall. His cold eyes did not belong to a human at first glance. Especially the wild aura that was released from his body. It made one's heart tremble. Someone who could make the Divine Physique Echelon Guard nervous was definitely not ordinary. In front of this person, Yuhua Tianrui felt as if he was being stared at by a huge tiger. His entire body trembled, and he could not even stand steadily. You're not Heavenly Demon Yuhua? That person suddenly spoke with a look of disdain. No wonder you're so useless! Bastard! Hearing that his master was being humiliated, a guard pounced forward. This was a martial artist at the extreme 6th level of the core realm. Even in the entire chaotic desert, he was not considered weak. He punched that person. That person did not even move. However, the guard felt as if he had been hit by a huge planet. He flew backward, and he could no longer take it. Sir! Heavenly Demon Yuhua is my elder brother. He's currently not at home, Yuhua Tianrui hurriedly said. I got it. Tell your subordinates to be more obedient. Don't attack anyone you meet. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. The young man grinned and jumped up, instantly disappearing into the sky like a cannonball. Someone from the Savage Beast region, could it be that he's with Cold Plum? Yuhua Tianrui was extremely glad that he did not attack Cold Plum, otherwise he would be in deep trouble. Ling Xiao and the other 2 sat on the flying puppet and returned to the center of heaven. It did not take much time. Go and greet your people first. Otherwise, they won't know where you went. After landing, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to save his life. There were still 7 days anyway, so there was no hurry. Okay. Cold Plum also felt that it was time to go and greet them. Heaven District had the 4 regions and 9 realms offices. The Savage Beast region's office was an exquisite courtyard. Before he entered, Ling Xiao saw 2 people at the door looking very anxious. Chapter 4492. Cold Plum stepped forward and explained the situation. The 2 men's expressions changed drastically. No! Saintess, you're from the Savage Beast region. Even if you want to enter the Heavenly Ruins, you should form a team with a warrior from the Savage Beast region. Not with someone with mediocre strength. The 2 men noticed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the peak Heavenly Core realm. No wonder people said he was mediocre. Their words were already considered polite. To put it bluntly, they would just call him trash. Say no more! I've made up my mind! It seemed like Cold Plum's status in the Savage Beast region wasn't low. Since she had made up her mind, the 2 men couldn't do anything about it. In the end, they looked at Ling Xiao helplessly and said, Young man, our Saintess is willing to form a team with you, that's your good fortune. But don't have any dirty thoughts. The Saintess isn't something someone like you can have. Cold Plum, what am I to you? Ling Xiao didn't refute, he just smiled and asked. Master! Cold Plum didn't hesitate. The two men's expressions instantly turned ugly. Saintess, how can you call this person master? Why not? It was Master who saved me from someone else's evil clutches. It was Master who helped me increase my strength. If it wasn't for Master, I would have died long ago. Why can't I call him Master? Cold Plum said coldly. All right, we've greeted each other, let's go. Ling Xiao was planning to stay in the Savage Beast Region's office for a while, but since they looked down on him, there was no need for him to be so thick-skinned and stay. After saying that, he turned around and left. Cold Plum and Dong Wanyu chased after him. There were many inns in the center of the heavenly ruins, and they were all quite well built. The three of them chose an inn to stay in, then they started discussing business. Since we've decided to form our own team, let's decide on a name first. Of course, we need to apply for the team using our sect's name. Master, give us a name, it'll make it easier to apply. Cold Plum spoke first. Do you have any requests? Ling Xiao asked. First of all, the sect leader's strength should be at least at the first level of the core fragmentation realm. Secondly, the sect must have at least 3 people. Thirdly, the starting capital of the sect must be at least 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Cold Plum said. I can fulfill all 3 conditions. Ling Xiao smiled and decided to let Cold Plum be the sect master. His cultivation had clearly surpassed this requirement. As for the funds, he could provide them. After all, it was just the registration funds. Let's not talk about the registration for now. Cold Plum, you have to promise me something. If you can't do it, then don't go with me. Ling Xiao suddenly said seriously. Master, don't worry. I won't use my true essence unless I have no other choice. Good that you know. Ling Xiao nodded his head. Since that's the case, let's call this sect Cold Moon Sect. Cold Plum's line, and Dong Wanyu's you. But Master, why isn't there a name for yourself? Dong Wanyu asked. What do you know? I'm an expert, so I naturally have to keep a low profile. I don't want those empty titles. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The 3 of them left their residence with a smile and walked towards the Patriarch Society's office. Although they couldn't step into the White Tower, the office was just outside, so it didn't affect them. Eldest young master, I just received news that Feng Hu moved closer to Yu Hua Tianrei's ear and reported the news from the scout. He was talking about what Ling Xiao and the others had just discussed. They're going to the Heaven Ruins? Yu Hua Tianrei's face instantly darkened. What a bitch. I said I would help her find the eternal fruit. She didn't appreciate it, but she asked that trash to help. She didn't even see if that trash could help. Cold Plum, oh Cold Plum, you're injured now. Let's see how many times you can use your true essence. Eldest young master, what should we do? Feng Hu asked. Humph, I know what I'm doing. If you do this. A stupid plan began. I'm afraid that Yu Hua Tianrei doesn't know that his smart plan might harm Yu Hua's spiritual sect. Of course, it would first harm his life. Ling Xiao and the other 2 had already arrived at the Patriarch Society's office. Compared to the Heaven Pagoda behind them, this office naturally couldn't be compared. But compared to the other buildings, it was still built with a majestic aura. Ling Xiao and the others were definitely not the only ones who signed up. There were many others. Everyone wanted a share of the loot. After all, the treasure in the prophecy was too good. The application process was relatively simple. Submit the sect member list. And the name of the sect. Next, they just had to wait for the review. Cold Moon Sect was a relatively unpopular name. They thought that there wouldn't be a repeat. Who would have thought that as soon as the name was submitted, they would say no? There were repeats. Helpless, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to think of another name, so he directly said, Battle Alliance. Battle Alliance was Ling Xiao's force in the 3,000 sacred cities. It was suitable to be used here. After the registration, they just had to wait for the review. The review took a very long time. Because there were too many people who signed up. Ling Xiao waited for more than an hour before he arrived. Fortunately, he wasn't in a hurry to do anything else. He only needed to cultivate there. You're not qualified, you can leave. The person in charge of the review team glanced at the registration form and said casually. He didn't even look at Ling Xiao. Reason? Ling Xiao was a stubborn person. You want to chase him away without giving a reason? Impossible. If I say you're not qualified, then you're not qualified. Chapter 4493. Greetings, Steward Zhang. Seeing the people who came out of the room, the arrogant person in charge from before quickly stood up and bowed. His face took on a ghastly expression. He thought that nobody would dare to refute his decision, so it would end quietly. Nobody from the higher-ups would know. However, he did not expect these people to be so stubborn. If this matter was blown out of proportion, he would suffer. What exactly happened? Steward Zhang asked with a gloomy face. Reporting to Steward Zhang, someone is causing trouble here? The person in charge tried to complain first. How can there be such a shameless person in the Senior Statesman Society? You messed around and ruined the Senior Statesman Society's reputation, and now you're making a comeback? Didn't you say that you represent the Senior Statesman Society and can kick out whoever you want? Why aren't you acting so arrogant now? Ling Xiao sneered. Everyone, you've seen how unruly the Senior Statesman Society is. I'm sure that you'll be swindled by them in the end if you participate in this treasure hunt. Why don't you just disperse? Besides, the Senior Statesman Society has always been respected by everyone, which is why they can control District 9 steadily. Now, it looks like it's really disappointing. He wanted to blow this matter up. The Senior Statesman Society cared about their reputation the most. Once a large organization's reputation was ruined, it would be over. There were more than one organization that refused to obey the Senior Statesman Society. Everyone was waiting for the Senior Statesman Society to make a mistake. Little brother, let's talk nicely. If my subordinates make a mistake, I'll definitely punish them severely. Seeing that the crowd was discussing, Steward Zhang had to speak up. Greetings, Steward Zhang. It's actually not a big deal. Someone received benefits from someone else. They didn't let us participate in the competition because they said that we don't have enough people. What a joke. If I remember correctly, this team has at least one person and at most 6 people. Are you the one who set the rules for the Senior Statesman Society? Ling Xiao laughed. Is that true? Steward Deng's face turned pale. It was not like this had never happened before, but it was done secretly. He could also turn a blind eye to it. But now, things had gotten out of hand. He had to deal with it even if he wanted to. Young Master Tianrui asked me to do it. I really didn't receive any benefits. The person in charge was so scared that he quickly knelt on the ground. Deacon Zhang, since he has admitted it, what should we do now? Ling Xiao smiled. Don't worry, your name list will be submitted. As long as you pass the test, you can participate. Deacon Zhang said in a clear voice. Our Board of Patriarchs will never do such a thing. Since this person has made a mistake, I will not let him off easily. Deacon Zhang, you better not be two-faced. Do you know who I am? Cold Plum suddenly took off her hood. Deacon Zhang's expression changed. Saintess Kai Dai. It's good that you know him. If I'm not happy, you should know what happens to a deacon like you. After Cold Plum finished speaking, she put on her hood again. Goodbye. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Deacon Zhang. He left with Dongwan Yu and Cold Plum. Deacon Zhang looked at their departing figures with a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. The Saintess of the Savage Beast region was powerful, but this was the chaotic sand ocean. Yuhua Divine Sect was more important to the Board of Patriarchs. Moreover, his other identity was an elder of Yuhua Divine Sect. Master, should we go and settle the score with Yuhua Tianrui? Dongwan Yu said excitedly. Settle the score? Of course. But not now. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, let's wait and see. If someone thinks we're easy to bully, then he's not far from death. There aren't many people in this world who can live well after offending me, Ling Xiao. He wouldn't go so far as to barge into Yuhua divine sect for such a small matter. After all, Yuhua Tianrui had many experts by his side. Pulling one hair would affect the whole body. But if the other party went too far, then they couldn't blame him. At this moment, in an near Sky Sea Pavilion, two people were talking about something. The topic was related to Yuhua divine sect and the heavenly ruins. Young Master Jin, I've asked? Heavenly Demon Yuhua isn't home for the time being, but he'll be back tonight. The one who spoke was the tall and mighty savage beast race martial artist. Sorry to trouble you, Jianhu. The one who was called Young Master Jin was also a young man. He wore a golden robe and looked very cool. Young Master, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, Jianhu would have been dead. Jianhu smiled and said, It's Jianhu's honor to serve Young Master. Then let's go to Yuhua Divine Sect tonight. If I can get the complete soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, I can break through again and reach the divine physique realm. The golden-robed young man revealed a happy expression. In terms of cultivation, Sister Cold Plum is one step ahead of me. Saintess Kai Dai inherited the power of the Saintess, so her strength will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. Jianhu said, Young Master, as long as you get the last remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow, you can also obtain the Beast Emperor's inheritance. Your strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. I wonder how Brother Long is doing. He's currently cultivating in the nest of 10,000 dragons. I hope he's fine. The golden-robed young man continued. There's also my big brother Ling Xiao. I heard he also came to the chaotic Sand Sea. I really hope we're fated to meet. We haven't seen each other in a long time. That's right, this person was Little Gold. He was once Ling Xiao's good brother. Ling Xiao helped him reconstruct his body and transform into the Golden Crow. He obtained the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow and the devouring demon fetus. Later on, he also went to the Savage Beast region like Cold Plum. This time, he came to the chaotic Sand Sea for the remnant soul of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs Golden Crow. There was a difference between having support and not. Ling Xiao's talent was more outstanding than these people, but now Cold Plum and Little Gold's cultivation had surpassed his. They had improved by leaps and bounds. However, if Ling Xiao knew about it, he wouldn't be jealous. Instead, he would be happy. His cultivation speed was extremely fast. If he fell behind, he could quickly catch up. If his brother's cultivation was inferior to him, then they would have to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, it would be difficult to catch up or even surpass him. Soon, it was night time. Yuhua Divine Sect was brightly lit. The security was tight. According to them, even a mosquito couldn't fly in. Not to mention, the Sky Sea Pavilion was right next to it. The guards there were equally terrifying. Moreover, there were divine physique realm experts overseeing it. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary person to fish in troubled waters. The sect master of Yuhua Divine Sect was currently cultivating in seclusion. Divine physique realm martial artists usually wouldn't interfere in such small matters to avoid wasting time. Now Yuhua Divine Sect was controlled by the Godson. The Godson was Yuhua Tianrei's big brother. He wasn't called Young Master, so Yuhua Tianrei was called Eldest Young Master. The Godson was more glorious than the Young Master. His status was higher, and his power was greater. All of this was obtained by Heavenly Demon Yuhua with his outstanding talent and strength. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 4494. Yuhua Heavenly Demon treated his younger brother Yuhua Tianrui pretty well, sending a divine body realm martial artist as his younger brother's guard. This person's name was Wu Tianshou. Reaching the first level of the divine body realm, he had already used up all his potential and aptitude. No matter how much he cultivated, it was useless. Therefore, Wu Tianshou pursued glory, wealth, and power. He looked like a bodyguard, but he was very free. Yuhua Heavenly Demon himself didn't need a bodyguard. His cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm. Coupled with the treasures on him, he could even fight against a first-level divine body realm martial artist. He was much stronger than his younger brother Yuhua Tianrui. Yuhua Heavenly Demon had just returned from work, and saw that Yuhua Tianrui's palace was brightly lit, and music could be heard from time to time. He smiled faintly. "Younger brother, if you're always like this, big brother will also protect you forever." After saying that, he turned around and went back to his palace. Yuhua Divine Sect really made it look like a palace. The place they lived in was called the palace. Yuhua Tianrui's palace was called Tianrui Palace. At this moment, he was throwing a tantrum inside. A few dancers had already been killed, but the crazy him was still wantonly destroying things. Because the news came, his little tricks were already exposed. Ling Xiao and the rest weren't disqualified. After a long time, he stopped. His eyes were filled with viciousness. "Ling Xiao! He, I can't afford to offend Yuhua Heavenly Demon, but can I afford to offend you, a mere Ling Xiao? Cold Plum, you bitch, now that you're arrogant with me, I'll get you on my bed sooner or later. Fenghua, go to my big brother, borrow someone from him. I must kill Ling Xiao, kill that trash. Eldest young master, there's no need to trouble your godson to kill Ling Xiao, I can do it." Fenghua said faintly. He was a third-level Shattered Core Realm martial artist after all. Killing Ling Xiao shouldn't be a problem. "No! He took the title of godson and made me a young master who lived in a drunken stupor. I'll listen to him, but he has to do something for me. Go and borrow shadow from me. This sharp dagger should be plunged into Ling Xiao's throat." Yuhua Tianrui was actually a very understanding person. It was precisely because he understood it all too well that he was also in great pain. It was better to live a muddle-headed life. Shadow was an assassin under Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Although his strength was on par with Fire Beacon, he was an assassin. Assassins were generally stronger than martial artists of the same level. Moreover, he still had the treasure bestowed by Heavenly Demon Yuhua. He had killed a 5th-level Shattered Core Warrior before, so this perfect Heavenly Core Warrior should be a piece of cake for him to kill. Also, Fire Beacon, the 3 of you follow as well. If that shadow fails, you guys can attack again. I don't think this Ling Xiao is an ordinary person. To be able to gain the favor of Cold Plum, I'm afraid he's not as weak as he looks. Although Yuhua Tianrui had always called Ling Xiao a good-for-nothing, he was still a good-for-nothing. However, in his heart, he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Understood. Fire Beacon obeyed and walked outside. Right at this moment, an extremely frightening aura suddenly appeared. No, there were 2 auras! Different from last time, there was a young man in a golden robe. Don't be afraid, we're just asking, where is Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence? Xiao Jin asked with a smile. Over there. Once again, Fire Beacon and Yuhua Tianrui felt like they couldn't breathe. This time, no one dared to attack recklessly. Only the divine physique realm Wu Tianshou stared at Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger with a cold expression. Thank you? Xiao Jin smiled and followed Sword Tiger towards Heavenly Demon Yuhua's residence. Wu Tianshou followed them as well. Wu Tianshou was a bodyguard assigned by Heavenly Demon Yuhua to Yuhua Tianrui, but he knew very well in his heart. He only had one master, and that was Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Therefore, if Heavenly Demon Yuhua was in danger, he naturally had to help. These 2 men are so terrifying. That tall and mighty beast warrior is already terrifying enough. That young man in the golden robe gives off an even scarier feeling. Just by standing there, he looks like he's in hell. Can you tell how strong they are? Yuhua Tianrui asked. The difference in strength between him and those 2 was too great, so he couldn't sense it. That tall young man is probably already at the 9th level of the Shattered Core Realm. His strength is on par with the Godson. As for that young man in the golden robe, to be honest, I can't see through him. A 9th level Shattered Core Realm martial artist shook his head and said, It feels like his strength is only around the 1st level of the Shattered Core Realm. But that's not right. Because the 1st level of the Shattered Core Realm doesn't have such a terrifying aura, even I feel trembling. Forget it, we can't afford to offend such a person. Yuhua Tianrui simply waved his hand and said, "Let my big brother handle this troublesome matter. He's the godson." At the same time, Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger had already met Heavenly Demon Yuhua. In the room, there were only Heavenly Demon Yuhua, Wu Tianshou, Xiao Jin, and Sword Tiger. Heavenly Demon Yuhua was like his name, he had an evil demonic aura. He exuded a domineering aura from head to toe. It was no wonder that Yuhua Divine Sect's godson was him, and not the second or third brother. "We don't seem to know each other, right?" Heavenly Demon Yuhua could be considered bold. He actually let in an expert that he didn't know. "Don't we know each other now? Moreover, in a transaction, what matters is goods and money. It doesn't matter if we know each other or not, right?" Xiao Jin smiled. "Transaction?" Heavenly Demon Yuhua smiled and said, "I like transactions. Tell me, what do you want?" Godson is indeed a straightforward person. Xiao Jin smiled and said, "Godson, you should have been to the heaven ruins more than once, right? We noticed that in the prophecy, the remnant soul of the netherworld golden crow appeared. What we want to buy is the information. Is the remnant soul of the netherworld golden crow inside? If it is, sell the coordinates to us. Godson, you can name a price, as long as the price is right." Heavenly Demon Yuhua smiled and said, "Of course I've seen it. It's just that the netherworld golden crow is surrounded by terrifying netherworld golden light. Ordinary people can't get close at all. So no one has gotten it after a few times. If you can give me a satisfactory price, I don't mind telling you. The 9 nether yellow springs golden crow might be useful to many people. But to Heavenly Demon Yuhua, it was useless. A piece of information could be exchanged for a generous sum of money, so why wouldn't he do it? Moreover, the 2 people opposite him didn't look old, but their strength couldn't be underestimated. They definitely had an extremely deep background. He didn't want to offend them. The reason why Yuhua Divine Sect could stand for so long was because they were careful. "Godson, please name a price." Xiao Jin smiled and said. Heavenly Demon Yuhua smiled and said, "How about this? My request isn't too much. Either you give me a Saint Class 9th level cultivation technique, or you give me a 9 Dragon Mark Emperor weapon. You can choose." "Kid, you're asking for too much? To be honest, we only came to you for convenience's sake. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll find it ourselves." Jianhu sneered. Chapter 4495. Peak Emperor Tier Cultivation Technique. Or an Emperor Tier weapon without dragon patterns. "That's our limit," Xiao Jin said calmly. That was a ruthless bargain. "Hee, an Emperor Tier weapon with 1 dragon pattern." Yuhua Heavenly Demon laughed. "Deal." Xiao Jin stood up and said, "I'll prepare the things as soon as possible. I hope my godson can prepare the map. By the way, I don't like being lied to. If my godson thinks I'm easy to bully and makes a fake map, I don't mind making Yuhua Sect disappear from the chaotic sand ocean." With that, Xiao Jin and Jianhu turned and left. They came and left mysteriously. Seeing the 2 of them leave, Wu Tianshou grinned. "Godson, do you want me to kill those 2? Forget it. These 2 people have extremely deep backgrounds. Try not to provoke them if you can." Heavenly Demon Yuhua said with a faint smile. "But they threatened you," Wu Tianshou said again. "There are many people who threaten me. How can I kill them all?" Yuhua Heavenly Demon said. "Go and protect my second brother. They want to kill me. Do you think I, Yuhua Heavenly Demon, will be scared?" "Yes." Wu Tianshou left. It made sense. In the chaotic sand ocean, other than the Beast God Alliance, no one dared to touch Yuhua Sect. After all, Yuhua Sect was the local tyrant. Except for Yuhua Sect. Jianhu laughed. "Young Master Jin, are you really going to give that dog an Emperor Tier weapon? Even without dragon patterns, an Emperor Tier weapon is still very precious. We don't even have that many. The most important thing is to be honest. Since we agreed, we can't go back on our words. But whether he can live to enjoy it is still unknown." Xiao Jin smiled. An Emperor-tier weapon in exchange for the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow is still a good deal for me. That's true. Jianhu scratched his head. As long as we get the exact coordinates, with our strength, getting the 9 Serenity Yellow Springs Golden Crow is a certainty. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the chaotic sand ocean, Xiao Jin reminded. Arrogance will only lead to your death. If we can find the boss, that'll be great. With him, we have full confidence. Boss? Is it the Ling Xiao that young master has been talking about? Jianhu asked. Is he really that strong? Why have I never heard of it? Logically speaking, I've heard of all the amazing youngsters in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. You'll know when you see him. Xiao Jin smiled and said. Anyways, I hate teaming up with those guys from the Savage Beast region. None of them are capable, but they are trying their best to ostracize me and Big Sister Cold Plum. Young Lord is right. Sword Tiger smiled and said. Then I look forward to being able to team up with the boss you speak of. In truth, Jianhu wasn't really convinced of this. He understood young Master Jin's ability and talent. This Ling Xiao is actually more outstanding than young Master Jin. Is this possible? No matter what, he had to see it. Seeing was believing. As they spoke, the two of them entered the inn. Originally, with their statuses, it wouldn't be a problem for them to live in the Savage Beast Realm's office. It's just that I don't get along with those people, so I came here to hide and relax. Naturally, Ling Xiao did not know that Xiao Jin had come to the chaotic desert. At this moment, they had already arrived at their residence. Wait a moment! The 3 of them sensed a dangerous aura at the same time. In the next moment, their surroundings turned completely dark. The 3 of them felt as if they had been sucked into a black hole. Ling Zhao's face darkened. This aura was extremely similar to the cultivators from Yuhua Divine Sect. He hadn't caused trouble for Yuhua Divine Sect yet, but they actually sent an assassin. The 2 of you don't have to do anything, I'll do it. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed killing intent. Not only was it targeted at the assassin this time, but it was also targeted at Yuhua Tianrui. It was obvious that this assassin was related to Yuhua Tianrui. The black shadow covered the entire world. Even the eyes of a cultivator couldn't see anything. It was simply pitch black. This was some kind of secret technique. The secret technique that assassins like to use the most. Hee, so exciting, Master! Not only was Dongwan Yu not afraid, she even laughed excitedly. Little girl, you're quite capable. Ling Xiao noticed that the moment Dongwan Yu was enveloped in darkness, her body was surrounded by water vapor. This water vapor seemed to have eyes. As long as someone approached, it would immediately report to its master and counterattack. Ling Xiao relied on the Tai Chi Eye, but Dongwan Yu also had a special method. Cold Plum, don't do anything! Ling Xiao swung his hand and put Cold Plum into the Dongxing Emperor ring. Cold Plum couldn't use her true essence. Otherwise, she could easily kill such an assassin alone. Master, this Yuhua Tianrui is really stupid. If he wants to kill an assassin, he should just send a Divine Body Realm cultivator. Sending a 3rd-level core-shattering realm cultivator is really boring. Dongwan Yu said it casually, but in a one-on-one battle, she was definitely not a match for a 3rd-level core-shattering realm cultivator. However, with her master, she believed that her master would have a way. The 2 of them didn't lean against each other, but were about 10 meters away. This was also the largest range of Dongwan Yu's water vapor. This way, no matter which side the other party attacked, the other person could help. He's here! In Ling Zhao's eyes, a man in black suddenly appeared in the darkness like a ghost. His body blended perfectly with the surrounding darkness. This darkness became his perfect cover. If not for the Tai Chi Eye, Ling Xiao really didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. This person held a dagger in his hand. The dagger was even black without any light. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it at all. The dagger directly pierced toward Ling Zhao's dantian. It seemed like the other party wanted to kill him in one strike. Flight light! Ling Xiao didn't make a move at first. Instead, he pretended not to see the other party. He lured the other party to attack. When he was about 3 meters away, he suddenly drew his sword. A sword light pierced through the air. It instantly stabbed the assassin. Under normal circumstances, if one didn't predict the sword move in advance, it was basically impossible to avoid the flight light sword move. This assassin was no exception. He was stabbed by the sword light. He turned into a cloud of black smoke and disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared. "Good lad, you can actually see me in my shadow space? But it's only interesting this way. If I killed you so easily, how boring would that be?" The assassin stood in the air and laughed in disdain. The man was very short, only about 1 meter tall. It was because of this that he was even more dangerous as an assassin. Dwarf? Dwarves were a race. The people in that race were all short, and the tallest among them wouldn't exceed 1.2 meters. They were proficient in assassination and were the most terrifying assassins. A long-winded assassin will always be the assassin who dies the fastest. Ling Xiao saw the other party and could determine that the other party was at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm. He instantly entered the unbounded heavenly rat beast soul transformation. However, he didn't release the Tyrant Heaven's martial soul. Such an opponent was very challenging for him. He might not be able to kill the other party alone, but with Dong Wanyu around, the situation was different. Chapter 4496. You are really as arrogant as he said. Since that's the case, there's no need to continue playing. You can die now. Let me tell you, my name is Ning. Don't forget it after you die. Ning revealed a sinister smile and disappeared into the darkness again. Stupid guy, don't you know that Yu Hua Tianrui is here to send you to your death? You are only at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm and you dare to kill me? Don't you know that I killed the leader of the Twin Tiger Gang? Ling Xiao used his Tai Chi to capture the other party's location and continued to use words to confuse the other party. What? As expected, the other party was disturbed. His figure was exposed. Kill! This voice came from Dong Wanyu. The water vapor suddenly turned into a sharp blade and pierced toward Ning. Whether it was the angle or the speed, it was very tricky. Ning couldn't dodge in time and could only wave his dagger to block. Assassins usually worshipped the strongest killing power and neglected the cultivation of the physical body. Hence, he couldn't let any attack land on him. Whether it was Ling Xiao or Dong Wanyu, they both had the ability to hurt him. However, when the defense started, he had already lost. After blocking Dong Wanyu's attack, Ling Xiao's attack had already arrived. Compared to Dong Wanyu, it was faster, more terrifying, and more tricky. Damn it! Ning didn't expect that his small mistake would cause him to fall into their joint attack. Although the continuous attacks didn't hurt him for the time being, he couldn't find a chance to counterattack. That feeling was very depressing. I shouldn't have talked nonsense. Ning regretted it. As an assassin, if he could avoid talking nonsense, he would try his best not to. He should just kill. But he really talked too much nonsense and made the most stupid mistake. Damn it! Do the two of you think you can deal with me like this? Today, I will definitely kill you! You dare to snatch the young master's woman? You are courting death! Ning roared. Ling Xiao did not waste his breath, continuing to launch attacks without stopping. Although he had never cooperated with Dong Wanyu before. But maybe because they were master and disciple, they had incomparable tacit understanding. They didn't even need to talk. They just needed to attack. If you have the ability, then fight me one-on-one. How can you let a woman help you? Shadow retreated as he fought. His strength was sufficient to ensure that he wouldn't be injured under the attacks of Ling Xiao and Dong Wanyu. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He still didn't say anything. He was well aware of the other party's strategy. It was nothing more than to make him angry and lose his cool. Once he lost his cool, there would be problems with their cooperation, and the other party would start their counterattack. The three of them fought in the dark shadows. No one noticed that the bloodthirsty aura in the air had been released. Ling Xiao released the bloodthirsty plague. No matter what he said, this shadow was a strong opponent. The bloodthirsty plague was the safest method. It could weaken the opponent unknowingly. The battle between the three of them changed from the sky to the ground. But he still couldn't leave this space. It could be seen that Umbra's space was quite powerful. During the battle, Ling Xiao also paid attention to his obedient disciple, Dong Wenyu. This little lass Dong Wenyu was even more impressive than he had imagined. Her martial soul was actually a jellyfish. It didn't sound like much, but she could use water and lightning at the same time. At this moment, her body was enveloped by water vapor and there were electric currents flowing in the water vapor. The fusion of electricity and water formed a terrifying corrosive power. This little lass's talent is really shocking. Ling Xiao felt more and more surprised as he watched. He felt very proud that he had once taken this little lass as his disciple. He had originally thought that if Dong Wenyu couldn't hold on, he could just use the Great Demon King once. No matter what, he couldn't let his obedient disciple get injured. But honestly speaking, he was also feeling very depressed now. After coming to the chaotic Sand Sea, the cultivators here were all stronger than the previous. He couldn't be as carefree as he was in the 3,000 holy cities. He really didn't want to use the Great Demon King so easily. Hence, he needed to increase his strength faster. While thinking about this, Ling Xiao didn't stop his attacks. The three of them fought until the sky turned dark. Although Umbra was clearly suppressed, he wasn't injured at all. If this continued, they might be the ones to lose in the end. I can't let this continue. Umbra frowned. He had hoped that the two of them would make a mistake so that he could find an opportunity. But now, it seemed that it was impossible for them to make a mistake. He could only fight for it himself. Umbra clone! At the next moment, Umbra coldly snorted and his body actually split into three. One of them attacked Ling Xiao while the other two attacked Dong Wenyu. Clearly, Umbra's goal was very clear. He wanted to kill Dong Wenyu first before going all out to deal with Ling Xiao. He used clones to deal with Ling Xiao and not his main body. But his combat strength was 90% of his main bodies. He wasn't easy to deal with. Peak Emperor tier martial technique? Ling Xiao frowned and glanced at Dong Wenyu. Facing Umbra's all-out attacks, Dong Wenyu was already suppressed. You want to stop me? Dream on! Naked blood! With the Dong Xing God Demon sword in hand and the unbounded heavenly rat in his beast soul transformation state, coupled with the terrifying naked blood sword technique, a sword flew out. A huge sword she turned blood red and even tore apart the darkness. The attack landed on the clone. The clone's strength was absorbed by Ling Xiao. It was very difficult for Ling Xiao to kill Umbra's main body, but it wasn't a problem to deal with a clone. At the same time, Dong Wenyu was in a passive situation. She actually used a terrifying divine technique. The huge jellyfish transformed into a fairy-like beauty and appeared behind her. A palm struck out. It actually caused Umbra to feel fear. He hurriedly used his clone to block it. In the end, the other clone was also destroyed into pieces. You are really tenacious! Umbra really didn't expect that his clone would be destroyed by Lin Fan even though he had already used it. Although Dong Wenyu looked like she was panting and her true essence had reached its limit, Lin Fan didn't seem to be affected by it at all. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to be exhausted at all. How troublesome! Disciple, open your mouth! Ling Xiao shouted. Dong Wenyu obediently opened her mouth. A pill was shot directly into her cherry mouth. It instantly melted. The medicinal effect spread throughout her body. More than half of the true essence she had lost was instantly recovered. What a magical pill! Dong Wenyu was incomparably excited. She was now increasingly aware that even if her cultivation had surpassed her master's, her overall strength was still far inferior to his. Her master was her master. Different meant the same. Umbra's expression became increasingly unsightly. It wasn't easy for him to weaken Dong Wenyu. He didn't expect that a single pill would allow her to recover. How troublesome. It's time to end this. They had already fought for a total of 10 minutes. The bloodthirsty plague also lasted for 10 minutes. Ling Xiao felt that it was time to end the battle. Disciple, don't attack first. Let me do it! I will find a chance to end him. Ling Xiao suddenly pounced towards Umbra alone. You are simply courting death. Umbra was overjoyed. If the two of them continued to work together, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Come and read M. Chapter 4497. Idiot, you dare to deal with me alone! You really don't know how to write the word death! Shadow looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. Facing Ling Xiao alone, he had absolute confidence in winning. Shadow sneered. His body became thinner and thinner. In the darkness, it looked like a pitch-black dagger. Most of his body had turned into darkness and merged with the surrounding space. Only that dagger released a dense killing intent. Kill! A cold voice suddenly sounded. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He knew that he was no match for the other party, but he still wanted to fight alone. Because he wanted to break through. With his current strength, it was impossible to gain an advantage in the ruins of heaven. If the great Devil King's trump card was stopped, he would completely lose his life. So, he had to become stronger. He didn't dodge. He didn't retreat. Since he wanted to fight head-on, he would never retreat. Fist of the Demon God! His body bloomed with black and white light. It condensed into a huge fist mark. It blasted towards Shadow, who was rushing over. Disciple, remember, don't casually make a move. Use your strongest move to find an opportunity to kill him in one blow. Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice. At the same time, the fist of the demon god and the sharp dagger collided in the air. The stalemate lasted for a moment. The fist mark was torn apart by the dagger. Then it collapsed. Ling Xiao's expression didn't change. He didn't expect the fist of the demon god to be able to stop the other party. It was enough to delay the time. Void-shattering finger! A terrifying aura instantly bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. Behind him, a huge shadow of the sun god appeared. That wasn't a martial spirit, that was the sun god who truly controlled slaughter and space. The most terrifying god in the era of the Black Tortoise Continent's descendant king. At that moment, the space between heaven and earth seemed to be in chaos. A finger count. It was as if the sun god had the power to tear the void. Passing through layers of space, it actually shattered the terrifying dagger. It stabbed towards Shadow's body. That terrifying power caused an Ing to feel extremely threatened. The power of the void-shattering finger could actually affect space. Ling Xiao finally practiced this move to the second level, shattering the void. After reaching this level, the effect of the void-shattering finger had completely changed. In the past, the void-shattering finger was at most equivalent to a beam of light, and could only attack the opponent by surprise. But now, the void-shattering finger had the ability to shatter the void. Just now, it was not a direct attack that destroyed the dagger. Instead, it shattered the space where the dagger was. The dagger naturally shattered. An Ing could feel the terror of this finger. He desperately urged his true essence to resist. He did not expect Ling Xiao's attack to be so powerful that it could make him feel the threat of death. Damn it! How dare a piece of trash like you hurt me! With a furious roar, An Ing clasped his hands together, and a terrifying sword chi burst out. It collided with the power of the void-shattering finger. However, at this moment, the space shattered. The sword chi shattered. An Ing cried out in shock. After desperately trying to block the attack a few times, his body was still pierced through by the void-shattering finger. He was sent flying. As a result, the dark shadow space shattered. This exposed the battle between the three of them. The long street was already in a mess. This was originally an inn, so there were quite a few people staying here. The earth-shattering battle outside attracted many people to come out and watch. There were not many battles in the center of heaven. Every time it appeared, it would attract countless people to watch excitedly. This time was no exception. The advancement of the void-shattering finger and injuring an Ing could be considered an accident. It was an accident that Ling Xiao did not expect. He could only say that he was too lucky. However, although Ning was injured, he did not die. The injury instead aroused his ferocious nature, causing him to become incomparably violent. It's not time yet! Dong Wangyu wanted to follow up with another attack, but she was stopped by Ling Xiao. His Tai Chi eye could accurately capture Ying's vitality. At this moment, although Ning was injured, it was not a big problem. If he attacked now, he would not be able to succeed in one strike. However, Ling Xiao still followed up with another attack. Countless fists of gods and demons came crashing down from the sky. Countless fists crazily smashed on the ground. Like raindrops. The crowd saw a shocking scene. The midget assassin's body was constantly bouncing up and down from the fists. The scene was quite shocking. Isn't that an Ning? Yes, he is an assassin from Yuhua Divine Sect. There is actually someone who dares to fight with an assassin from Yuhua Divine Sect here. How courageous! And he seems to have the upper hand. Upper hand? Bullshit! Ning has not even released his martial soul. Yes, his martial soul is too terrifying. The endless fists of gods and demons ended. And Ying's body was bleeding profusely. However, this crazy guy still managed to stand up. One had to admit that this guy was really tenacious. The most terrifying thing was that his body was actually rapidly growing. Strange long hair grew out from his body. Sharp claws grew out from both of his hands. The face of a thunder god, the mouth of a monkey. A gorilla? Ling Xiao was stunned. And Ying's body released a terrifying wild aura. That huge body of about 10 meters tall showed the terrifying power contained in his body. This should be his martial soul transformation, Ling Xiao thought. He was not from the beast race, but his combat strength was not inferior to the beast race. Unexpectedly, kid, you should be proud. You actually made me use my martial soul transformation. I have not used this martial soul transformation for 10 years. Because most of my enemies are unable to escape from my pursuit. You are not bad, you are really not bad. And Ning laughed wildly as a dark energy was released into the surroundings. The frenzied power sealed off the area within 100 meters. This guy clearly did not intend to let Ling Xiao and Dong Wangyu escape. Master, let me do it! Cold Plum had been watching from the Dongxing Emperor Ring. At this moment, she finally felt the danger and felt that she had to make a move. Stay here obediently. Don't think that you can look down on Master just because your cultivation is stronger than his. There is no need for you to deal with such a weakling. Ling Xiao smiled. The strength of his opponent made him incomparably excited. He felt that he was a little crazy now. When encountering danger, the first thing that came to his mind was not fear, but excitement. Incomparable excitement. Master, I have a way to kill him. But I need him to be immobile. And it's best if he suffers more injuries, otherwise it will be troublesome. Dong Wangyu said. Ling Xiao smiled. He didn't expect this last to have such a trump card. It seemed that she really had many tricks up her sleeve after following him. This is simple. Even if he couldn't defeat Ning, Ling Xiao could still suppress Ning for a while. Who are these two young men? I don't know them, but I am sure that they are dead for sure. Ning never misses when he makes a move. And this time, he even used his martial soul transformation. These two young men are really powerful. They are actually not afraid in such a situation? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. They felt that coming out today was worth it as they could see an exciting battle. Ling Xiao floated up. The power of the Tyrant Heaven martial soul was released. His eyes suddenly became deep, like a black hole, containing the endless power of the universe. Chapter 4498. Ling Xiao floated in the air. The wings of the unbounded heavenly rat spread out. He looked at the giant chimpanzee coldly. Ah! Shadow suddenly roared and smashed his fists on the ground. In an instant, the ground within 100 meters collapsed. Countless warriors fell into it. Everyone was dumbfounded by the terrifying destructive power. The fear in their hearts grew stronger. Ling Xiao looked at this scene indifferently. He held the Dongxing demon god's sword in his hand. The shadows of 9 giant beasts appeared behind him. The 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique. This was the most powerful martial technique he could use now. As the shadows of the giant beasts appeared, a strong wind blew around him. Unnecessary elements wreaked havoc in the air. The 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique. As his cold voice sounded, the 9 giant beasts roared ferociously at the same time. Then, they turned into a force and blasted towards Shadow below like a falling meteor. You want to suppress me with this? Ning revealed a cruel smile. Although Ling Zhao's move was powerful, it was not as strange as the void-shattering finger. So, he was not afraid. A crazy roar came from his mouth. The sound spread out in all directions, and all the buildings within 100 meters exploded with a bang. Many warriors were bleeding from their 7 orifices because they were not strong enough. They fled frantically. At this moment, the power of the 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique had already blasted down. It collided with the roaring force. Inch by inch. It's useless. Your attack can't hurt me at all. Shadow bent his legs as if he was going to jump up and attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He took out an imperial jade seal. On the imperial jade seal, 2 fierce tigers shone with a pure white luster. The dragon pattern on it was particularly eye-catching. This was Ling Zhao's real killing move. The emperor weapon had a strong suppressive effect on warriors below the divine physique realm. Shadow was only a 3rd stage core fragmentation realm warrior. He definitely could not block it. When the chimpanzee formed by Shadow was about to shatter the power of the 9th level of the 12 divine beasts technique, the twin tiger divine seal was activated. A giant divine seal appeared in the sky. White light instantly filled the sky. Many people could no longer see clearly. He activated his Jinyuan and controlled it with his soul power. The divine seal suddenly became even bigger, like a millstone that covered the sky. It had a radius of about 10 meters and could completely cover the dark shadow. Roar! The roar of a ferocious tiger could be heard. 2 white lights were released from the divine seal and rushed towards the dark shadow. The roar reverberated throughout the night, waking up countless martial artists. Monarch armament! And it even has a dragon tattoo! Isn't that the twin tiger divine seal? Could it be that the leader of the twin tiger gang was killed by him? The crowd was startled. The twin tiger divine seal was an emperor armament that people were quite familiar with. After all, the twin tiger gang's leader often used it. Many people's eyes were filled with greed. It was an emperor weapon. It was rumored to be a treasure for divine body realm martial artists. Although divine core warriors could use it, they wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the emperor weapon. Kill! Ling Xiao roared. 2 ferocious tigers were madly biting at Shadow. Ning had no choice but to resist with all his might. His hopes of counterattacking were dashed once again. Damn it! How can you have an emperor armament? How is this possible? Shadow was scared. Ling Xiao without an emperor armament was already terrifying enough. With an emperor armament, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? But can you kill me? You're still not strong enough. You can't unleash the true power of the Emperor armament. Shadow gritted his teeth. He believed that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. As long as he could survive this attack, victory would be his. Do you think you'll win as long as you can survive this attack? The question is, can you survive this attack? A grin emerged on Ling Yao's face. The potential in his body was crazily unleashed. The energy in his cultivation ocean was constantly increasing. Before this, it was only 50%. After coming to the chaotic desert, after going through a few battles, his energy had increased to 60%. And now, in just a short period of time, his energy had increased by another 10%. It was now 70%. Furthermore, this power was still increasing. The more energy Ling Xiao released, the more control he had over the twin tiger divine seal. The bodies of the 2 ferocious tigers were becoming bigger and bigger. The pressure on Shadow was increasing as well. At this moment, Shadow suddenly discovered a terrifying matter. He had unknowingly lost a lot of his true origin. Even a lot of his essence blood had been absorbed. Something seemed to be crawling in his body. Bastard, what did you do? Shadow said angrily. Haha, you only realized it now? What a slow-witted idiot. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Now you know fear, right? Unfortunately, it's too late. Crack! Ah! Shadow cried out in pain as blood flowed out of his palm. Damn it! One wrong step, and all the steps were wrong! If he had known this would happen, he would have used more despicable means to assassinate Ling Xiao. It wouldn't happen again. Unfortunately, it was all too late now. I can't accept this. You think you're the only ones with Emperor armaments? Shadow had no choice but to take out the item that he had been unwilling to take out. It was a black dagger. The moment he took it out, his eyes flashed with viciousness. First, he used the dagger to stab himself in the chest. Then he flew out. Ling Xiao wanted to dodge, but the dagger was too fast. It stabbed into his heart in an instant. At the same time, the dagger released a terrifying curse energy. His body couldn't move at all. Another Emperor armament! And its Emperor armament, Demon Curse Dagger! If you want to attack the enemy, you have to hurt yourself first. No wonder Umbra waited until now to use it. There were still people in the crowd who knew what was good for them. Ha ha! Die, die! Shadow thought that he had killed Ling Xiao and laughed wildly. You dare to hurt my master? I'll kill you! Dong Wanyu's voice suddenly rang out. Shadow didn't think much of it. But suddenly, he felt that he couldn't move at all. What? He was shocked to find that Dong Wanyu was holding a mirror in her hand. The mirror's light covered him and he couldn't move at all. Not only that, the mirror released a terrifying heat as if it wanted to melt him. 2 Dragon Patterns Emperor Armament! Who is this woman? How can she have such a terrifying Emperor armament? Everyone was stunned. It was rare to see Emperor armaments, but today, they actually saw 3 of them. Little girl, your Emperor armament is really terrifying. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak. You won't be able to kill me. Shadow's body was still struggling. Gradually, he was able to move. The mirror's deterrence power was decreasing. Dong Wanyu's expression was cold, and she had no intention of retreating. In this world, her family didn't treat her as well as her master did. She couldn't watch her master die. I'll definitely kill you! Definitely! Dong Wanyu bit her teeth, and her blood dripped onto the mirror. The light actually turned blood red. Chapter 4499. What? Aning exclaimed in surprise. The blood-red light caused the might of the mirror to become even more terrifying. Aning felt that his body was rapidly melting. If he didn't think of a solution now, he would be dead for sure after his body melted. Right now, he was at the shattered core realm. His dantian automatically split and returned to his body. Once his body was destroyed, his dantian would definitely be destroyed as well. The remaining inner core would definitely be destroyed. As for Dong Wanyu, because she used too much strength, her face turned pale. However, the terrifying might of the mirror made Fenghua and the other 2 who were hiding in the dark not dare to make a move. If Dong Wanyu shone the mirror at them, they would definitely die even faster. They didn't have Ying's ability. Curse Demon Dagger, come back! Ying originally wanted to wait for Dong Wanyu to exhaust her true essence. That way, he would naturally be able to win. But now, it seemed that he didn't have the time. He gritted his teeth. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was dead or not, he had to use the cursed demon dagger again. Swish! A black dagger pierced through the air. Aning sneered. Little girl, you can die too! He stretched out his hand and caught the cursed demon dagger. He didn't sense anything wrong. At this moment, almost everyone thought that Ling Xiao was dead. Ling Xiao didn't move at all. If he wasn't dead, how could there be no reaction? Ning stabbed the cursed demon dagger into his own heart. He endured the intense pain. But at that moment, his expression changed drastically. This dagger! Ah! A shrill scream came out from Shadow's mouth. He discovered in horror that the Emperor weapon that he spent so much effort to imprint his soul mark on no longer belonged to him. The dagger released a terrifying curse power. He kept tormenting Ning, making him wish he was dead. How is it? It feels good to be tortured by your own treasure, right? For the dead Ling Xiao, Ning slowly stood up. Disciple, take your treasure. Ling Xiao flashed and appeared beside Dong Wanyu. It's been hard on you. If not for your treasure, I wouldn't have the time to take his cursed demon dagger. Master, you're not dead. That's great. After saying this, Dong Wanyu fainted. He wasn't injured, but he had used up too much energy. Ling Xiao fed a healing pill to Dong Wanyu before keeping her into his Dong Xing Emperor ring. Cold Plum, take care of her for me. Ling Xiao warned before turning to look at Ning. At this time, Shadow was still suffering in pain. Now, it's time for you to pay for everything you've done. Ling Xiao was very angry now, but at the same time, he was in a good mood. The cursed demon dagger pierced his heart. Tormented by the curse. This allowed his celestial devil black tortoise physique to break through to high-level 10th Order Emperor realm. Not only that, but his cultivation had also broken through at that moment. In order to expel the power of the curse, the potential in his body was released crazily. At the same time the curse was expelled, it also allowed his cultivation level to rise to the extreme realm of core. In other words, he was a 9th divine core warrior. Right now, he could feel that his body was filled with surging energy. Powerful, extremely powerful. Even without using any treasures, he could still kill Ning. You can't kill me! I'm Ning! I'm from Jade Flower Divine Sect! Finally, Ning felt panic. The cursed demon dagger was taken away from him, and its power was even greater than when he unleashed it. He didn't understand why this was happening, but he was sure that he was in trouble now. Ling Xiao, stop! Right at this moment, Feng Hua, Zhang Mao, and Li Dian finally stood out. Oh, it's the three of you! Quick, kill him! When Ning saw the three men, he immediately saw hope. He immediately shouted out in joy. Stop? If I stop just because you asked me to, what kind of person would I, Ling Xiao, be? Ling Xiao sneered. He continued walking towards Ning. His steps were slow. Every step he took was torture for Ning. The shadow of death kept growing in his body. You're courting death! Let's attack together! Ling Xiao didn't give them any face at all. Feng Hua was instantly enraged. The three of them jumped up together and charged towards Ling Xiao. To save Ning. But more importantly, to get the treasures. At a certain moment, Ling Xiao suddenly turned around. There was a mocking look in his eyes. I'll send the three of you to hell first. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared. Chi! A sword light bloomed. Li Dian's dantian was pierced. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the core realm, and he had even activated the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. How could these three men be his match? Something's wrong! Feng Hua exclaimed when he noticed that Ling Xiao's strength had become much stronger than before. But it was too late. Escape light! The sword light pierced through the night sky again. The onlookers didn't see how Ling Xiao attacked. They only saw Zhang Mao's corpse falling from the sky. When it landed on the ground, it was already dead. Feng Hua turned around and ran. Running now? Can you run? Void-shattering finger! Ling Xiao sneered and pointed his finger. The space where Feng Hua was twisted and torn apart. Even Feng Hua himself was turned into fragments in the void. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were killed. The crowd was stunned. Was this still the person who was suppressed by Ning? Could it be that he had a breakthrough in cultivation during the battle? Ning had been watching the battle between Ling Xiao and Feng Hua and the other two. He was so eager for Ling Xiao to be killed. The current him had to resist the power of the curse. He couldn't escape at all. But reality was too cruel for him. Fenghua, Zhang Mao, and Li Dian were all killed in an instant. His hope was also shattered at that moment. You have company on the road of death. Ling Zhao's mouth bloomed into a bright smile. He punched. At this moment, Ning was extremely weak. The god's fist was enough to send him to the afterlife. After the huge body was hit, it shattered. Even his inner core was completely shattered. Dead? Many people looked at this scene and couldn't believe that it was real. Ning, Fenghua, Zhang Mao, Li Dian. No matter which one, they were all very famous people in the Heaven Hall district. With Yuhua Divine Sect backing them up, they were able to do whatever they wanted and did a lot of terrible things. But no one dared to cause trouble for them. Today, they're all dead. Is my disciple all right? After killing the enemies, he absorbed their true qi. Ling Xiao felt that his cultivation Ci's energy had increased by a lot. After crossing that threshold, it was relatively easy to improve. She slept very well, she's fine, Cold Plum said. But since you killed these 4 people, Yuhua Divine Sect definitely won't let this go. Ahaha, scared of them? Ling Xiao coldly laughed. I didn't want to mess with them at first, I just thought it was too troublesome. Do they really think I'm scared of them? Sure enough, he still needs to fight to improve faster. If he didn't dare to offend people all the time, he wouldn't have improved so much. Although it was dangerous, he got another treasure today. Chapter 4500. Although the cursed demon dagger required self-harm to hurt the enemy, it was not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. His physical body recovered extremely quickly, and he also had a large number of healing pills. When he wanted to use them, he could naturally use them. Now, not counting the Eastern Victory Sky Sword and Eastern Victory Demonic Sword, he already had 3 Emperor weapons. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal with 1 dragon pattern. The Cursed Demon Dagger with 2 dragon patterns and the 9 Revolutions Gourd. He did not use the 9 Revolutions Gourd in the battle today because he did not want to expose too much. Anyway, it was fine as long as it was enough to kill the enemy. Do you really want the Emperor weapons? Sensing the greed in the eyes of the surrounding people, Ling Xiao laughed contemptuously. The crowd was indeed greedy for the Emperor weapons on Ling Xiao. That was 2 of them. Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao had the 9 Revolutions Gourd. Together with the girl's mirror, there were 3 of them. They had never seen so many Emperor weapons before. What are you afraid of? He's already very weak. That's right. I don't believe that he's fine after killing Ning. He's definitely putting on an act. 3 Emperor weapons. As long as we get them, we can all become experts. Kill him. The chaotic sand ocean never lacked desperados. In other words, most of the people who came to the chaotic sand ocean were desperados. They would not become afraid just because of a few threatening words. Sometimes, greed was much stronger than fear. Thousands of people rushed towards Ling Xiao, trying to outdo each other. Ling Xiao looked at these people with contempt. The strongest among them was only at the 2nd level of the Shattered Core realm. They really did not know what death was. Sometimes, it's very difficult to live. It's very easy to die. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He used the Twin Tiger Divine Seal. Because of the breakthrough in his cultivation, the power and range of the Twin Tiger Divine Seal had increased. In an instant, it covered an area of 100 meters. Kill! Following Ling Xiao's angry roar, the 2 tigers pounced into the crowd. In an instant, thousands of people died tragically. Only those who hid in place out of fear and didn't make a move survived. They knelt on the ground in horror. I told you not to provoke him! Ling Xiao looked at those people with disdain. The corpses on the ground all became his nourishment. Their true essences all poured into Ling Xiao's body. It's far from enough. Ling Xiao looked in the direction of Yuhua Divine Sect. Initially, he didn't want to cause trouble at Yuhua Divine Religion. But the other party insisted on forcing him. Since that was the case, he would wash Yuhua Celestial Sect in blood. Who cares if he's a young master? Kill him all. What he needed now was strength. After this battle, he realized that he was not strong enough. He did not even have the ability to protect his disciple. He even forced his disciple to use a killing move that he should not have used. As a result, he was still unconscious. Master, don't be rash. Even though most of the divine physique echelon martial artists in the Jade Flower divine cult are in seclusion, they are still in seclusion. But there was still Wu Tianqiu. This one is heavenly demon Yuhua. He possesses an extremely terrifying treasure that can also allow his strength to reach the first level of the divine physique echelon. Cold Plum hurriedly said. Don't worry, your master won't die. You guys just rest assured and stay inside to recuperate. Ling Xiao chuckled as he released his flying puppet and flew towards the direction of Yuhua sect. Impossible! And Ing is dead? Fenghua and the others are also dead? Hearing this news, Yuhua Tianrui suddenly felt a wave of fear in his heart. Did Cold Plum make a move? He asked. It said that Ling Xiao killed them all by himself. Cold Plum did not make a move, but Dong Wan Yu helped. The person replied. Impossible! What kind of joke is this? A very panicked smile appeared on Yuhua Tianrui's face. That Ling Xiao has an emperor weapon, the subordinate said again. Emperor weapon? How can he have an emperor weapon? Yuhua Tianrui paced around the room. In the end, he stopped. Ha ha ha, what am I afraid of? He killed an Ing, Big Brother will definitely not let him off. Why am I worried for nothing? That Ling Xiao can't possibly come to Yuhua Divine Sect to cause trouble. Yes, tell my Big Brother about Ing Ying's death. I want this Ling Xiao to die. Die. Ling Xiao had almost become Yuhua Tianrui's nightmare. If Ling Xiao did not die, Yuhua Tianrui would not be able to rest in peace. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice was heard. Yuhua Tianrui shuddered and instantly hid behind his guard. Ling Xiao! It's him, it's his voice. Yuhua Tianrui, you interfered with our participation in the treasure hunt in the heavenly ruins, but I didn't find trouble with you. How dare you send someone to assassinate me? A person stood in the night sky, emitting a terrifying killing intent. Under the moonlight, he looked so cold and emotionless. Tonight I'm going to wash Yuhua Divine Sect with blood, what do you think? Ling Zhao's smile was a little eerie and crazy. Hearing this laughter, Yuhua Tianrui shuddered. This lunatic actually dared to come to Yuhua Divine Sect. Does he not know where this is? Eldest young master, don't be afraid of him, this is our Yuhua Divine Sect's territory. Although the higher-ups are currently cultivating in seclusion. My godson also went out to do something. But we still have Senior Wu Tianqiu. A person's voice sounded. Only then did Yuhua Tianrui come back to his senses. He suddenly became ruthless. Ling Xiao, you're courting death, walking into a trap. How can our Yuhua Divine Sect be massacred by trash like you? Today, you won't be able to return. Wu Tianqiu, kill him. Soon, Yuhua Divine Sect's martial artists surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. They blocked Ling Xiao's escape route. They thought that Ling Xiao would not be able to leave like this, but in reality, Ling Xiao did not plan to leave. If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? Even a divine physique echelon martial artist wouldn't be able to stop him. There are roughly 50,000 people in your Yuhua Divine Sect's headquarters. How many will die tonight? It was as if Ling Xiao did not see the martial artists surrounding him, and he continued to talk to himself. You're really arrogant. We have 1 divine body realm martial artist, 2 9th level core shattering realm martial artists, 7 3rd level core shattering realm martial artists, countless core realm martial artists. With just you? Which one can you kill? Yuhua Tianrui gradually calmed down. So what if the other party had an emperor weapon? He had one too. Although his aptitude was not as good as his brother's, it was not bad either, so his father gave him 2 emperor weapons. One was for defense, and the other was for attack. Even if he did not rely on anyone, it was impossible for him to lose to Ling Xiao. What was he afraid of? At the thought of his cowardly appearance just now, he felt embarrassed. Today, he was not afraid of being killed by Ling Xiao, but the humiliation in his heart was hard to get rid of. Eldest young master, he's just an early-stage core realm martial artist. Is there a need for this old man to make a move? Wu Tianqiu drank a mouthful of wine, not interested in Ling Xiao at all. Why don't eldest young master make a move personally? I'll hold the line at the side. You should feel better killing him personally. Mobile version update website, M. Chapter 4501. Many people saw what happened in Yuhua Divine Sect. After all, this place was the focus of many people's attention. What's more, the Sky Sea Pavilion was right next door. Who is that? He's so crazy that he actually dared to barge into Yuhua Divine Sect's headquarters alone? I don't know. There aren't many lunatics like him these days. There were some in the past, but unfortunately, they were all suppressed. Interesting person. Unfortunately, I'm afraid he'll perish under the night sky tonight. These people watched from afar but did not dare to approach Yuhua Divine Sect. They were not afraid of Yuhua Tianrui or Heavenly Demon Yuhua. They were only worried about the divine physique realm powerhouses of Yuhua Divine Sect. One had to look at the master before beating a dog. Unless one did not want to survive in the chaotic Sand Sea, there was absolutely no benefit in offending Yuhua Divine Sect. I'll do it myself? At this moment, Yuhua Tianrui was thinking about Wu Tianqiu's suggestion. Indeed, if he could kill Ling Xiao with his own hands, it would definitely be the best thing for him. However, he was a little worried. If he failed, he might lose his life. Ling Xiao looked at Yuhua Tianrui in disdain. He mocked. Forget it, he still dares to fight me one-on-one? Who doesn't know that Yuhua Tianrui is a coward? Because he's afraid of his big brother, he even gave up his godson position. He even deliberately led a drunken life. Shut up! This was Yuhua Tianrui's reverse scale. He hated it when others said that he was afraid of his big brother. Although he was really afraid, he did not allow others to say it. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer. His main purpose for coming tonight was to kill Yuhua Tianrui. As for the others, if they did not make a move, he would not bother to kill them. However, if they participated, he would not show mercy. You've already done it, are you afraid of others saying it? Ling Xiao mocked. Bastard! Yuhua Tianrui knew that Ling Xiao was deliberately provoking him. However, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. Moreover, Wu Tianqiu was here today, and this was Yuhua Divine Sect. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could kill him. You're courting death! Yuhua Tianrui looked coldly at Ling Xiao. He really could not think of a reason why he would be killed by the other party. Moreover, his heart kept telling him to kill Ling Xiao with his own hands. In the distance, many people were watching. Was he going to retreat? Was he really going to be a coward like Ling Xiao said? Trash like you who only knows how to play with women also knows how to kill? I'm afraid you haven't even killed a chicken before. Ling Xiao mocked. Yuhua Tianrui's face turned even uglier. All these years, he had never killed anyone with his own hands. Everything was done by his subordinates. Now that he thought about it, it was a little awkward. As a martial artist who had never killed anyone before, he knew that there was no need for him to do it himself. Those who didn't know would only say that he was a coward. Ling Xiao, hand over cold plum and cripple your own cultivation, and I can spare your life. Yuhua Tianrui said coldly. If I hand her over, do you dare to take her? You coward, do you think you can afford to offend the savage beast region? In the end, your Yuhua Divine Sect is just a dog of the Doyan society. Once a dog bites its master, it loses its value. Ling Xiao said indifferently. As he spoke, he observed the terrain of Yuhua Divine Sect. He prepared himself for an escape. Otherwise, if those old fellows in seclusion woke up, he would be in trouble. Is this Ling Xiao the champion of the Golden Sky region's golden battle? I think so. No wonder he dared to snatch Yuhua Tianrui's woman. Young people are so arrogant. But he doesn't seem to understand that this is the chaotic sand ocean. Even if the disciples of Golden City were here, they wouldn't dare to be so forceful against Yuhua Divine Sect. Moreover, he's not even a disciple of Golden City. Wu Tianshou's voice rang out again. Eldest young master, you're our Yuhua divine sect's young master. The other party humiliated Yuhua divine sect, don't you even have the courage to attack? This old thing was one of Yuhua heavenly demon's men. Although Yuhua heavenly demon didn't intend to kill his younger brother, Wu Tianshou was already impatient. What was the point of following this trash around? He might as well find a chance to send this trash to his death. That was why he kept urging Yuhua Tianrui to fight with Ling Xiao one-on-one. No need, it's boring to fight with this trash. Tonight I'm here to wash Yuhua divine sect with blood. This kind of trash, let him completely fall in a drunken stupor. Ling Xiao looked at Yuhua Tianrui with contempt, then suddenly charged into the crowd. Stop! Yuhua Tianrui was also a man. If he didn't stand up after being said that, he would really lose himself. Moreover, he thought about it. He couldn't lose. In terms of combat power, he was actually stronger than An Ying. It was just that An Ying was good at assassination. He was just slightly more famous than him. Hee hee hee! Yuhua Tianrui suddenly laughed. I haven't fought for a long time, so now everyone thinks that I'm easy to bully? Wu Tianshou, don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. You want me to die? But let me tell you, if I die today, you won't live either. My big brother is someone who cares about his reputation. The divine physique realm martial artist he sent couldn't even protect me. What do you think he'll do? Ling Xiao frowned. Perhaps he had still underestimated this fellow a little. Yuhua Tianrui was more powerful than he imagined. On the surface, he looked like a prodigal, but he was actually very smart. If not, he wouldn't have been able to live so well after losing the Godson competition. I must take him seriously. This guy might be a formidable opponent. Ling Xiao stopped underestimating his opponent. Wu Tianshou's heart trembled. He thought that Yuhua Tianrui wouldn't be able to see through his little tricks. Now, it seemed that he was really an idiot. Eldest young master, I'm willing to kill this brat. Wu Tianshou hurriedly said. No need, I'll let you see today that I'm not a useless person. Yuhua Tianrui shook his head. The reason why he pointed out Wu Tianshou's trick was because he was worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Wu Tianshou would risk his life to save him. He wouldn't die in Ling Xiao's hands. Guard all the exits, no matter what. If I win today, he'll die. If I lose, he'll still die. Yuhua Tianrui revealed a sinister smile. Ling Xiao, you just want to fight me one-on-one. I'll fulfill your wish. After all, you're someone who's about to die. Ha ha! Yuhua Tianrui laughed wildly. Ling Xiao also laughed. Since he dared to come here, he had the confidence to survive. Ling Xiao instantly entered the unbounded heavenly rat's beast soul transformation. However, he didn't use the Tyrant martial soul. The Tyrant martial soul was a trump card. It could be used at critical moments to have a miraculous effect. The moment the transformation was completed, the aura of the beast god bloomed from Ling Xiao's body. In the void, it was as if the god of reincarnation had descended. Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. Chapter 4502. Beast God Martial Artist. No wonder he's so arrogant. What a pity. If he dies today, the Golden Heavens region will really suffer a huge loss. Yuhua Tianrui narrowed his eyes and glanced at Ling Xiao's transformation. He suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. This should be Ling Xiao's strongest battle strength. But it was still inferior to him. So what if you're a beast god martial artist? Even if the beast god descends, you'll still die in my Yuhua divine sect today. Yuhua Tianrui revealed a cold smile. Then, he activated his vital essence and a set of shining seven-colored armor appeared on his body. When the armor was activated, the cry of a phoenix could be heard. Yuhua Tianrui's body released a powerful force of the phoenix. The armor was exquisitely carved. Upon closer inspection, it was clearly the image of a phoenix. It contained a powerful force. It's actually made from a phoenix fossil. This thing might be useful to me. When Ling Xiao saw this powerful armor, he did not show any fear. Instead, he became excited. You have 2 Emperor weapons on you. The Twin Tiger Divine Seal with 1 dragon pattern. The Cursed Demon Dagger with 2 dragon patterns. And I also have an Emperor weapon. This is the Divine Phoenix Armor, a defensive Emperor weapon with 3 dragon patterns. You should understand. What does 3 dragon patterns mean? What does a defensive Emperor weapon mean? Yuhua Tianrui sneered. There was a hint of pride between his brows. Ling Xiao frowned. There were very few defensive magic treasures. There were even fewer defensive magic treasures with 3 dragon patterns. It seemed that the sect master of the Yuhua divine sect liked Yuhua Tianrui very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given him such a good thing. The most important thing about the divine phoenix armor was the core made from an ancient phoenix egg fossil. Although the other materials were also very outstanding, they could all be found. Only this core was definitely not something that ordinary people could find. Rainbow Soaring Phoenix. The Tai Chi told him the type of ancient phoenix. This was even more precious than the monster crystal cores that Ling Xiao had obtained before. It was also more powerful. As a material for the cultivation of the 12 divine beasts technique and a treasure to improve the beast soul, it was very important. This Yuhua Tianrui is really understanding. He knows that I need these things, so he actually delivered them to me. When the divine phoenix battle armor was fully extended, it could completely envelop a person. He was as handsome as the phoenix war god. It attracted the admiration of countless onlookers. However, Ling Xiao just smiled and said, "Do you think I won't recognize you just because you're wearing a tortoise shell?" His words were just to distract the other party. If the other party knew of his intentions for the divine phoenix battle armor, it would not be easy for him to obtain it. Yuhua Tianrui was not angry. He just looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. "It's useless no matter what you say today." As he spoke, a sword appeared in Yuhua Tianrui's hand. It was not an emperor artifact but a divine grade heavenly king artifact. A divine heavenly emperor artifact could not be compared to an emperor artifact. However, not everyone had an emperor armament. The divine grade heavenly king weapon was still the most powerful treasure for most divine core warriors. Kill! The instant he took out his long sword, Yuhua Tianrui turned into a bright rainbow light and shot toward Ling Xiao. It drew a beautiful rainbow in the night sky. He really is a 3rd-level shattered core realm. Ling Xiao smiled in disdain. With this kind of strength, as long as he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, he could easily win. However, he needed to play with this guy for a while. Once he used the Sky Tyrant martial soul, it would be meaningless. Now, he needed to squeeze out all the remaining value of his opponent before killing him. Yuhua Tianrui was not weak. If it was an ordinary 3rd-level shattered core warrior, they would not dare to take this sword attack head-on. However, Ling Xiao had no intention of dodging it. He circulated his true energy and punched out with the Fiend God Fist. Boom! The Fiend God Fist collided with the tip of his opponent's sword. Ling Xiao felt like he had hit the peak of a mountain. His body was sent flying and crashed into a house. Dozens of Yuhua Divine Sect warriors were killed along the way. He absorbed a large amount of true energy. Yuhua Tianrui wanted to chase after him, but he was helpless. Although he was not pushed back just now, the Fiend God Fist's energy was very strange. It was so strange that he needed to spend some time to expel this energy. "I didn't expect you to really have some skills." Although Yuhua Tianrui did not defeat Ling Xiao in one strike, his confidence came. To be able to send Ling Xiao flying, it was enough to show that his strength was above Ling Xiao's. This Ling Xiao has quite a big mouth, but it doesn't seem like he can do it. So he's also someone who only knows how to brag. Hee, I think that this prodigal Yuhua Tianrui is really eye-catching. His strength is much stronger than I imagined. Yes, even without the divine phoenix armor, he's still very powerful. Everyone crossed their arms and watched the show in the sky. They were obviously disappointed with Ling Xiao's performance. They thought that it would be an evenly matched battle. They did not expect it to be like this. It was really too disappointing. Ling Xiao flew out of the ruins. He patted the dust off his body and smiled. "Is this your full strength?" How ridiculous! It's only enough to tickle me. He's actually not injured? Yu Hua Tianrui's gaze suddenly turned cold. Good. Very good. Let's see how many of my attacks you can take. The sword in his hand drew a circle in the air. A crazy amount of vital essence condensed into this circle. Immediately after, he pointed with his sword. Chaotic sword technique. Countless sword chi suddenly flew out from that circle. Each sword chi was extremely terrifying. Each sword chi was enough to kill a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm. Endless Fiend God Fist! Ling Xiao still did not dodge. He released his fists crazily. The sword chi and the fist force collided continuously in the air. The terrifying impact shattered the stone slabs on the ground and flew everywhere. Ling Xiao's body kept retreating. Yu Hua Tianrui's attacks kept advancing. An excited smile bloomed on his face. At that moment, he really thought that he could win. The energy in my cultivation C has increased to 30%. Unfortunately, it's over. Ling Xiao shook his head. I originally wanted to play with you, but now, there's no need for that. Martial Spirit Barrier! Ling Xiao, who suddenly released the Martial Spirit Barrier, disappeared in front of Yu Hua Tianrui's eyes. At that moment, Yu Hua Tianrui felt incomparably terrified. Wu Tianshou, who was outside, exclaimed, "Oh no!" He hurriedly rushed over. However, the Martial Spirit Barrier blocked his way. Although the Martial Spirit Barrier could be broken from the outside. However, even with Wu Tianshou's strength, it would take at least 10 minutes to finish it. During this time, Ling Xiao would have killed Yu Hua Tianrui long ago. This unexpected turn of events shocked the crowd who were watching the show. Could it be that this kid has been pretending to be weak? But why is he doing this? Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao was trying to squeeze out Yu Hua Tianrui's remaining value. Don't be afraid. Don't cry. It'll be over soon. Ling Xiao's cold voice reached Yu Hua Tianrui's ears. Yu Hua Tianrui almost knelt down. I can't be cool for more than 3 seconds. Chapter 4503. 9 turns gourd, imprisonment. Because Yu Hua Tianrui had the Divine Phoenix armor, all of Ling Xiao's attacks could not directly hurt him. Therefore, Ling Xiao had already thought of a countermeasure. Once the imprisonment was released, Yu Hua Tianrui could not move at all. The Divine Phoenix armor could protect him from being hurt. However, the curse could not be avoided. 9 turns gourd, poisonous insect. The poisonous insect directly entered Yu Hua Tianrui's body through his mouth. No! I don't want to die. Spare me, I can give you this Divine Phoenix armor. Although Yu Hua Tianrui was calm and smart, he had a biggest weakness, which was that he was timid. When he encountered a little trouble, he would completely panic. For example, this time. If he could calm down, Ling Xiao might not be able to imprison him, and the poisonous insect might not be able to break through his mouth and enter his body. So he has more than one emperor weapon! What's that gourd? Everyone saw the gourd in Ling Xiao's hand. They were shocked. Because there were actually 2 dragon patterns on the gourd. Hearing Yu Hua Tianrui's shrill scream, Ling Xiao said with a smile, I really like your Divine Phoenix armor. As long as you give it to me, I can indeed spare your life. Eldest young master, don't believe him. With the Divine Phoenix armor, he can't kill you, but if you give it to him, you'll definitely die. Wu Tianshou shouted outside and knocked against the Martial Spirit Barrier. The others also panicked and came over to help. They all knew very well that if eldest young master Yu Hua Tianrui died, that would be a very frightening thing. They would definitely be held accountable by the sect leader. At that time, even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. Save me! Save me! Yu Hua Tianrui shouted desperately. Indeed, he did not dare to give the Divine Phoenix armor to Ling Xiao. If it was not for the Divine Phoenix armor, he believed that he would have been killed by Ling Xiao. Even though the poisonous insect entered his body and wreaked havoc. His body had the Raging Flame pill given to him by his father. This thing would not have any effect on normal days. However, when it encountered poison or poisonous insects, it would have a miraculous effect and protect its owner. Your sect leader's father is really good to you. Ling Xiao frowned. This guy was really not easy to kill. Troublesome. Yu Hua Tianrui did not realize that he had these good things. If he resisted at this moment, Ling would really be a problem. It was a pity that this idiot was already scared. All he wanted was for others to save him, and he couldn't think of fighting at all. These treasures it is it? Since I can't break, then I might as well directly refined. S's eyes. He took out a formation refining stone. He released. A ball of energy enveloped Yu Hua Tianrui. The deviant flame was released from Ling Xiao's hands. Although it could not be used to attack directly, it was not a problem to use it for tempering. What do you want to do to me? Yu Hua Tianrui was so frightened that his face turned pale. What? He burned the soul imprint on it with raging flames. I'll take away your ownership. Ling Xiao sneered and sat cross-legged. He released the flame crazily. Yu Hua Tianrui, who was wrapped in the flame, would not die because of the divine phoenix armor's skin. However, Ling Xiao did not expect to kill him. He only focused on the soul imprint. He wanted to take the divine phoenix armor for himself. Let go of eldest young master, or I'll kill you! Wu Tianshou screamed desperately. Ling Xiao didn't even bother with him. It was as if these people would let him go if he let go. Yu Hua sect's style of doing things, one could easily find out. Whoever offended them, they would definitely kill them. Therefore, Ling Xiao's idea was simple. Since he had offended Yu Hua sect, he must destroy them. Otherwise, he would never have peace. Hearing Yu Hua Tianrui's miserable screams, the crowd was dumbfounded. They could not believe it. This brat is too strange. Yeah, defeating Yu Hua Tianrui was already amazing, but he still dared to refine the soul imprint and take the divine phoenix armor. He's crazy! What a surprise! But the soul imprint on the divine phoenix armor was personally imprinted by the sect master of Yu Hua sect. It won't be easy to refine it. Even if he succeeds, it might take a few days. By that time, the big shots of Yu Hua immortal sect would have been alerted. This brat won't be able to escape. The crowd admired Ling Xiao's madness and strength, but at the same time, they could not understand his actions. Outside, Wu Tianshou and the others continued to attack the martial spirit barrier. Ling Xiao acted as if nothing had happened and focused on refining the divine phoenix armor. This was an emperor artifact with 3 dragon patterns. It was incomparably precious. Even if it was used as a battle armor, it would be excellent. This eldest young master of Yu Hua sect is really embarrassing. In fact, he could have turned the situation around. He's just too cowardly. If he was daring, he would have been killed by his brother long ago. It's very common for Yu Hua sect to fight for power and profit. My godson is back! At this moment, a voice sounded. Heavenly demon Yu Hua tore through the air. He heavily bombarded the martial spirit barrier. He was extremely powerful to begin with. Together with Wu Tianshou, he instantly consumed most of the martial spirit barrier's energy. Cracks had already appeared on the martial spirit barrier. Brat, I don't care who you are. Let go of my second brother. I can spare your life. Heavenly demon Yu Hua's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had only gone out for a while and such a thing happened. Someone dared to barge into Yu Hua sect to cause trouble. If he did not kill this person, Yu Hua sect would become a joke in the future. However, in order to save Yu Hua Tianrui, he could only say some soft words. However, Ling Xiao still did not say a word. He could feel that the soul imprint on the divine phoenix armor had been burned until it was deformed. It was on the verge of shattering. How powerful was the heavenly fire? How could a mere soul imprint withstand it? Cat Grandpa will lend you a hand. The white jade cat that had been sleeping in Ling Xiao's clothes suddenly woke up. It let out a sharp cat's meow. Meow! In an instant, the soul imprint that had already loosened completely collapsed. Shatter! It's done! There was no time to think about why the white jade cat had such an ability. Ling Xiao grabbed the divine phoenix armor and put it on himself. After putting it on, it was basically impossible for a cultivator in the core-shattering realm to hurt him. Unless the other party also had an emperor weapon of similar quality. The moment he donned the divine phoenix battle armor on his body, the martial spirit barrier also shattered with a sound. I didn't expect him to succeed. That flame is probably not an ordinary flame. This brat seems to be proficient in refining formations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have succeeded in such a short time. But now, he's still facing a certain death situation. The moment the martial spirit barrier broke, heavenly demon Yuhua's palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was sent flying. Chapter 4504. Terrifying power seeped into Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao was fine. Instead, his cultivation sees energy increased by 10%. So far, it had reached 50%. Heavenly Demon Yuhua's attack was really terrifying. If not for the divine phoenix armor, Ling Xiao would have been killed. Even now, with the divine phoenix armor, Ling Xiao was slightly injured. However, this minor injury was nothing. With the strength of his body, he could recover in an instant. Ha! Heavenly Demon Yuhua, so what if you're here? You can't kill me, but I can slaughter everyone in Yuhua Divine Sect. Ling Xiao laughed wildly. 9 Revolution Gourd, Apocalypse! The gourd flew in the air. A black apocalypse dragon was released from its mouth. It instantly charged into the crowd. The terrifying power of the monarch weapon with 2 dragon patterns exploded in the crowd. Countless buildings were destroyed. In these few days, nearly 1,000 people were swept into it and turned into bones. Lunatic! The onlookers felt a chill in their hearts. This Ling Xiao was really too terrifying. He said that he wanted to massacre Yuhua Divine Sect, and he actually did it. I'll kill you! As a divine body realm expert, Wu Tianshou suddenly rose into the air. His palm landed with a loud bang. The huge black palm landed on Ling Xiao's body. His cultivation sees energy increased by 60%. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was injured, it was still a minor injury. Compared to the gains, this injury was nothing. He could release the giant demon king to kill Wu Tianshou and heavenly demon Yuhua. However, he didn't do that. This battle had brought him too many benefits. Every time the opponent attacked, his cultivation sees energy would increase. 9 Revolution Gourd, Flying Sword! This time, a sword flew out of the 9 Revolution Gourd. The sword light instantly flew 1,000 meters. Hundreds of martial artists were instantly pierced through their dantians and died. This 9 Revolution Gourd is really useful. I have to thank Qi Yuan. If he didn't come all the way here to deliver this treasure, I'm afraid I wouldn't feel so good. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. No! I can't kill him! Yuhua gradually calmed down. With the protection of the divine phoenix battle armor, killing Ling Xiao was simply a pipe dream. The other party didn't care about such a small injury at all. If this continued, Yuhua immortal religion was really going to be messed up by this brat. I have no choice but to use that. Heavenly Demon Yuhua revealed a cold smile. He took out a gourd from his storage ring. It was the same gourd, but its form was different. The 9 Revolutions gourd was black. But this gourd was blue. Ling Xiao! Hearing Yuhua Heavenly Demon call his name, Ling Xiao responded subconsciously. In the end, he felt a terrifying force sucking him in. He entered the gourd. My 9 Underworlds gourd is an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. It contains 9 Underworlds water, and even a divine body realm martial artist would be turned into water by it. Since I can't kill you, I'll just melt you. It's just a pity about the divine phoenix battle armor. He put the stopper on the gourd. Heavenly Demon Yuhua revealed a cold smile. He didn't intend to expose this thing so early. This 9 Underworlds gourd was his trump card. Even in the entire Yuhua immortal religion, there were only 2 Emperor weapons with 4 dragon patterns. He had one here, and his father had another. Moreover, this thing had to be refined by the person inside, which would take 49 days. It was also troublesome. But this time, there was nothing he could do. If Ling Xiao didn't use this method, he was afraid that Yuhua immortal religion would be in a mess. After entering the gourd, Ling Xiao felt that he had entered an independent space. This place was filled with black 9 underworlds water. Even his physical body would be melted with a slight touch. "Master, do you need my help?" Cold Plum was a little anxious. "Don't worry, any treasure, the most basic thing is the array. Master is an expert in this field." Ling Xiao was actually not confident in his heart. But he didn't want Cold Plum to worry. At the very least, he felt that a mere 9 underworlds water wouldn't be able to kill him. An emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns, the F*CK was really willing to part with it. Perhaps even a divine physique realm martial artist wouldn't have such a thing. A godson was a godson, someone doted on him. Ling Xiao shook his head lightly. He tried to use the vertical golden light technique to escape. But it didn't work. It was obvious that his guess was correct. This should be a space built by an array. It was different from the outside world. The moment the stopper was put on, he was imprisoned here. Sigh, what a pity. Yeah, Yuhua immortal religion is a big sect after all. They actually have an emperor weapon with 4 dragon patterns. If this Ling Xiao doesn't die, he will really become a terrifying existence. But if he's sucked in, there's no hope. Many of the onlookers admired Ling Xiao. He killed his way into Yuhua immortal religion alone. Not only did he defeat Yuhua Tianrui and snatch the divine phoenix armor, but he also killed thousands of people. In the end, heavenly demon Yuhua had no choice but to use the 9 nether gourd to capture him. What are you looking at? Do you want to have a taste of this emperor weapon too? Heavenly demon Yuhua looked around coldly. Those people lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. Yuhua Tianrui was already very strong, and with this treasure, ordinary people would have to think twice if they wanted to deal with him. Of course, they were envious. Anyone who had an emperor weapon of that level would have their strength skyrocketed. Ling Xiao didn't lose to his strength, he lost to his treasure. Heavenly demon Yuhua couldn't stop others from thinking about it. He looked at Yuhua Tianrui, who was still in a daze. "Trash," he said fiercely. Today, Yuhua Tianrui had embarrassed Yuhua immortal religion. Bring your young master back and take good care of him. Don't let him go out and cause trouble. He actually knew about what happened this time. He was the one who agreed to lend out Shadow. But he didn't expect that someone who was only a heavenly core warrior would be so hard to deal with. Not only did Shadow die, he even sent people to kill him. How unlucky! Let's go. Yuhua Tianrui was brought away. Heavenly demon Yuhua also brought the 9 nether gourd back to his residence. The storm was finally over. Although some people still wanted to see more, it was time for them to leave. That Ling Xiao, he's dead for sure, right? And that kid's 3 emperor weapons, I'm afraid they'll fall into heavenly demon Yuhua's hands. Sigh. That's why I said don't be so pretentious. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke Yuhua immortal religion. That kid doesn't know what's good for him. I'm impressed by that kid's courage. If it was someone else, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. True, even if he's dead, I'm afraid he'll become a legend in the chaotic desert. He's already dead, what's the point of becoming a legend? Let's go, let's go. The crowd slowly dispersed. They all knew that once they entered Yuhua immortal religion, they wouldn't be able to leave. Even if Ling Xiao had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to use them. This time, it was the end of his life. Chapter 4505. Brat, you'll suffer endless pain for these 49 days. Then you'll die. I'll let you know that Yuhua divine sect is not to be trifled with. Heavenly demon Yuhua kept the 9 nether gourd in his storage ring and sneered. He laughed coldly. However, When he remembered that Ling Xiao was still wearing the Divine Phoenix battle armor, his heart ached. Heavenly Demon Yuhua, listen up. I don't need 49 days. I'll be out soon. I'll kill all these bastards from Yuhua Divine Sect. Especially you and Yuhua Tianrui. Both of you must die. Ling Xiao's voice came from the Nine Nether Gourd. Heavenly Demon Yuhua frowned. To be honest, he had a very uneasy feeling. That was why he wanted to kill Ling Xiao immediately. However, he couldn't do it. At the thought of this, he felt that his second brother was extremely stupid. He actually let someone take away the Divine Phoenix armor. He was extremely depressed. Go ahead and try to talk your way out. Heavenly Demon Yuhua blocked the sound. He couldn't be bothered to listen to Ling Xiao's nonsense. However, he didn't know that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap by doing so. Ling Xiao hoped that he would be able to block out the sounds so that he could do what he wanted to do. Inside the Nine Nether Gourd, even the celestial demon Black Tortoise body couldn't resist the crazy Nine Nether water. However, Ling Xiao was wearing the Divine Phoenix armor now, so there was no need to worry for the time being. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the Divine Phoenix armor was being corroded by the Nine Nether water. The Nine Nether water seemed to have a life of its own. It was like a vicious giant snake that wanted to swallow Ling Xiao whole. No wonder Heavenly Demon Yuhua said that it would take 49 days to refine me. This Divine Phoenix battle armor can probably last for 49 days. Ling Xiao muttered to himself. Then, he didn't care anymore. With the protection of the Divine Phoenix armor, he sat cross-legged in the Nine Nether water. Master, do you have any ideas? Cold Plum asked. Don't worry. I've already thought of a way to get out. How can mere Nine Nether water kill me? It doesn't matter even if I don't have the Divine Phoenix armor. Ling Xiao smiled. He already had a crazy idea in his mind. However, he was still considering the feasibility. All right, if Master needs it, you must ask. No matter what, I will help. Don't underestimate this Kai Dai Sanctus, Cold Plum said. I know. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly removed the Divine Phoenix battle armor. At that moment, the Nine Underworld's water was extremely excited as it frantically pounced towards Ling Xiao's body. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. Canopy Beast Soul Transformation! The Canopy Beast was a beast god martial spirit that controlled the water element. It had two special skills, the Water Giant and the Yellow Spring River. It was only because its power was not as strong as before that Ling Xiao had not used it recently. To him, this was an opportunity. The Nine Underworld's water was similar to the Yellow Spring's water, except that it was more corrosive. But no matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than Haishin? The 12 beast gods were the supreme deities of the Black Tortoise continent. Although they were not worth mentioning in front of the deities of the Immortal Court continent. But in the Black Tortoise continent, they were the most terrifying existences. Moreover, Ling Xiao had the all-encompassing Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The pitch-black universe opened up behind him. The endless Nine Underworld's water seemed to have encountered something terrifying and wanted to escape in panic. However, the power of the universe was extremely terrifying. Baby, don't run! Since you are here, don't leave! Absorb! The Sky Tyrant martial spirit formed a super terrifying black hole and sucked the Nine Underworld's water in. This scene caused Ling Mei to be dumbstruck. She knew that her master's martial spirit was extremely terrifying. But she did not expect it to be so powerful. How is Master? Dong Huangyu slowly woke up and immediately thought of her master. Don't worry, he is fine. Cold Plum was very relieved. Ling Xiao could even control the Nine Underworld's water. How could he be killed by the Nine Underworld's gourd? The Nine Underworld's water was completely absorbed by the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Then, it was slowly released to help Ling Xiao temper his physical body and the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Other people had to endure a torturous process to cultivate. Ling Xiao found that absorbing the energy was simply enjoyable. It was as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He watched the energy in his cultivation sea increase continuously. He watched his physical body strengthen continuously. He watched the Sky Tyrant martial spirit strengthen continuously. After a full 3 hours, Ling Xiao's cultivation finally broke through again and reached the mid-stage of the extreme core realm. The Black Tortoise physique also broke through and reached the peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm. The peak of the 10th Order Emperor realm was only 1 step away from the Saint realm. The strength of his physical body was comparable to an Emperor weapon with 1 dragon mark. Although it was not comparable to the Divine Phoenix armor, the strength of his physical body was already this strong. If others knew about it, they would be scared to death. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit mutated and evolved into the 9 Underworld Sky Tyrant martial spirit. The power of the 2 special skills increased at the same time. The water giant directly transformed into a 9 Underworlds monster. The Yellow Spring Water evolved into the 9 Underworlds Yellow Spring Water. However, there was still a lot of 9 Underworlds water left, and it was all stored in the Mountain River world. In the Mountain River world, a 9 Underworlds Yellow Spring River was formed. In the future, his physical body could continue to be tempered by the river water. Most importantly, after being tempered by the 9 Underworlds water, the Giant Devil King had evolved into a 9 Underworlds Giant Devil King. His strength had reached the 2nd level of the Divine Physique realm. This was Ling Xiao's biggest trump card. As for the 9 Underworlds gourd, it was now a useless item. Ling Xiao didn't need to use the 9 Underworlds gourd to attack with the 9 Underworlds water. However, because Ling Xiao hadn't reached the Divine Physique realm, the 9 Underworlds water's attack wasn't that strong. Even so, it was still as strong as a Divine Core warrior using an Emperor weapon with 4 dragon marks. Master, why do I feel like you've become much stronger? Cold Plum asked. That's right. This heavenly devil Yuhua has suffered a double loss. I should be the one thanking him for giving me such a great gift, Ling Xiao said with a smile. This is great. Master, you're really unfathomable. You can even subdue a treasure like the 9 Underworlds gourd. Dong Wanyu's eyes were filled with admiration. That's nothing, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. In fact, he had to thank the Sky Tyrant Martial Soul and Tianping Beast Soul. If either of them were missing, he wouldn't have been able to do this. Previously, when Heavenly Devil Yuhua had subdued him with the 9 Underworlds gourd, he wanted to use the Giant Devil King to escape. But luckily, he was brave enough to give it a try. If not, he wouldn't have been able to achieve this. Master, how are we going to get out of here? The 9 Underworlds gourd is in Heavenly Devil Yuhua's possession. If we forcefully break out of the gourd, we might alert him, Cold Plum said. Alert him? Then let's kill him, Ling Xiao sneered. Kill him? Cold Plum was dumbfounded. Heavenly Devil Yuhua was a 9th level Shattered Core Realm warrior. Even without the 9 Underworlds gourd, Ling Xiao was no match for him. There was no need to mention Dong Wanyu. She did have the strength, but it seemed like Ling Xiao didn't want to borrow her strength. Cold Plum, don't worry. Just be a good girl and watch. When has Master ever disappointed you? Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Chapter 4506. Cold Plum opened her mouth, but in the end, she did not say anything. Thinking about it carefully, Ling Xiao had never disappointed her. Void Shattering Finger! Without the 9 Underworld water, the 9 Underworld gourd was just an ordinary gourd. In addition, the internal formation had been broken by Ling Xiao. With a tap of the Void Shattering Finger, the 9 Underworld gourd shattered. If Heavenly Demon Yuhua did not block the sound, he would definitely be able to hear it. Unfortunately, that idiot did not want to hear Ling Xiao's nagging and directly blocked the sound in the storage ring. Therefore, he did not even know that the 9 Underworld gourd had shattered. At this moment, Heavenly Demon Yuhua was cultivating in his room. Although there were people outside the door, Heavenly Demon Yuhua was a proud person. When he was cultivating, he would never allow others to disturb him. However, he probably did not expect that his most powerful Emperor weapon would eventually become something that would cost him his life. Things in this world were really unpredictable. Wow, as expected of the godson of Yuhua divine sect. I'm rich this time. Coming out of the 9 underworld gourd, Ling Xiao glanced at heavenly demon Yuhua's storage ring. Good heavens, he actually had a total of 20 top-grade spirit stones. One supreme-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 million high-grade spirit stones. 20 yuan? That's 200 million yuan. Spirit stones were definitely what martial artists needed the most. Whether it was cultivation, refining pills, or buying things, they were all needed. Ling Zhao's blood-colored thunder god still needed spirit stones to store energy. Other than the 20 supreme-grade spirit stones, there was also a map in this guy's storage ring. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a map of the ruins of heaven. On this map, all the places that Yuhua divine sect had been to were marked. The treasures and traps inside were very eye-catching. Ling Xiao only took a casual glance, and there was actually the remnant soul of the 9 underworld Yellow Springs golden crow. This was what Xiao Ji needed the most. Ling Xiao did not look at the other medicinal herbs carefully. He stuffed them all into his Dongxing Emperor ring. Then, Ling Xiao began to crack the formation of the storage ring. Although Yuhua Tianrui's storage ring was not bad, it was not as good as the Dongxing Emperor ring. Therefore, it was very easy to crack it. Heavenly demon Yuhua, who was in the midst of cultivation, sensed a peculiar aura. He turned his head to look. He noticed that a figure had suddenly jumped out of his storage ring. This shock was no small matter. Yuhua heavenly demon's heart nearly stopped beating from fright. It's you! You didn't expect this, did you? Godson, I said that I would definitely kill you, and I won't go back on my words. Ling Xiao sneered. Yuhua heavenly demon sneered disdainfully. Although I don't know how you escaped from the 9 nether gourd, I'm sure you'll be able to escape from it. But if you want to kill me with your strength, you're dreaming. Before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying giant demon appeared behind Ling Xiao. His body emitted the aura of the 9 underworlds. Divine body realm. Yuhua heavenly demon suddenly realized that he was in a very dangerous situation. He turned around and tried to escape. However, how could the 9 underworlds' great devil king, who was at the 2nd level of the divine body realm, let him escape? With a light grab, the heavenly demon Yuhua was held in his hand. Don't kill me, I can give you everything you want. Yuhua heavenly demon was also afraid of death. He never dreamed that he would be in such a situation where he actually had to beg Ling Xiao for mercy. Alright, then give me your life. Kill him. Ling Xiao sneered. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he ordered the 9 nether giant demon king to take action. Poor Yuhua heavenly demon was also considered a formidable person. He actually died in Ling Xiao's hands without knowing anything. What a pity! After killing Yuhua heavenly demon, Ling Xiao put away the 9 nether giant demon king. Master, that was? The 9 nether giant demon king at the 2nd level of the divine body realm, my puppet. Ling Xiao gave a simple explanation, then transformed. He transformed into the appearance of Yuhua heavenly demon. He walked out of the room. Godson. The guard outside the door bowed and said. Ling Xiao didn't say anything and walked straight to Yuhua Tianrui's residence. There were 3 people he wanted to kill today. Yuhua heavenly demon, Wu Tianshou, and Yuhua Tianrui. Yuhua heavenly demon had already been killed. Wu Tianshou was his next target. Only by transforming into Yuhua heavenly demon's appearance would it be easier to kill him. Master, why don't we just burn down this Yuhua divine sect? We'll let everyone know the consequences of offending us. Dongwan, you suggested. That's a good idea, but not now. Wait until I kill Yuhua Tianrui and Wu Tianshou. Ling Xiao didn't want to alert the enemy for the time being. After completing his goal, he would raise this damn Yuhua divine sect to the ground. Soon, Ling Xiao arrived at Yuhua Tianrui's residence. He had been here before, so it was naturally very easy for him to find it. With Yuhua heavenly demon's identity as a cover, no one dared to stop him. Just like that, his journey was unimpeded. In Yuhua Tianrui's palace, this lunatic was venting his anger. He was venting with the poor dancer. Damn Ling Xiao. Damn cold plum bitch. I'll beat you to death. The whip landed on the dancer's body. Although those dancers were also martial artists, they were too weak. After a few lashes, they died. F***ck, you're venting your anger on your own people after being bullied outside. What a beast. Ling Xiao looked down on this kind of person the most. They were simply shameless to the extreme. In the palace, Yuhua Tianrui's bodyguards were watching the show from the side. Some even clapped and cheered. Eldest young master, you don't have to be so angry. That Ling Xiao was taken in by my godson with the 9 nether gourd. It's impossible for him to be alive. Your grudge can be considered as avenged. Wu Tianshou drank a little wine at the side and smiled faintly. Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. Yuhua Tianrui said crazily. I want to investigate Ling Xiao's background and kill all of his relatives. Only then can I dispel the hatred in my heart. He made me lose all my face, so I'll make him suffer so much that he'll wish he was dead. Master! Ling Yu noticed that Ling Xiao's body was trembling and couldn't help but call out. Don't worry. Ling Xiao revealed a sinister smile. He wants to kill my family? Kill my family? I'm afraid he won't be able to live, Ling Xiao said coldly. He walked towards the main hall. Look at how useless you are. That woman is venting her anger. He was currently acting as Heavenly Demon Yuhua, so he naturally spoke arrogantly. Why aren't you guys scramming? He looked at the dancers. The dancers felt as if they had been pardoned. They fled in a panic and left Yuhua sect. They were originally dancers outside, and Yuhua Tianrui wanted them to pass the time. Killing was killing, Yuhua Tianrui didn't care. Big brother. Godson. Seeing Heavenly Demon Yuhua, everyone hurriedly knelt down to greet him. Ling Xiao sneered and looked at Wu Tianshou. Come here, I have a mission for you. Wu Tianshou didn't think too much about it. How could he have thought that Heavenly Demon Yuhua was already dead? He probably wouldn't have thought that the person standing in front of him was Ling Xiao. He hurriedly went over and knelt in front of Heavenly Demon Yuhua, saying excitedly, Godson has something to instruct. Come closer. Ling Xiao waved his hand, as if there was a secret mission. Chapter 4507. Qi! The East Victory Heavenly Sword pierced through Wu Tianshou's dantian. Wu Tianshou's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance with a smile. Among these people, Wu Tianshou was the most troublesome, which was why he had to use the appearance of Heavenly Demon Yuhua to set him up. Then, he would sneak attack and kill him. The moment Ling Xiao revealed his true appearance, Wu Tianshou's eyes were filled with intense unwillingness and shock. Why is it you? With a sorrowful question, he fell to the ground and died in front of Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao did not plan to let him go just like that. He grabbed Wu Tianshou's neck with one hand and forcefully sucked Wu Tianshou's true essence into his body. The true essence of a powerhouse at the first level of the divine body realm was really powerful. Although it could not allow him to break through instantly, it was enough for him to squander for a while as potential. Ling Xiao! How could it be you? Where's my big brother? Yuhua Tianrui was terrified to the extreme. The person who he thought was definitely dead suddenly appeared here, and he appeared in the appearance of Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Oh, your great godson, he's already dead! Ling Xiao revealed a bright smile. Yuhua Tianrui was stunned at that moment. Ling Xiao seized the opportunity and suddenly made a move, directly strangling Yuhua Tianrui's neck. By the time the bodyguards reacted, it was already too late. You're lying, my big brother can't be dead. Although Yuhua Tianrui's neck was choked, he still spoke, even though he hated his big brother. However, there was no doubt that his big brother was an invincible existence in his heart. Whether he's dead or not, you'll know when you go to the underworld. What a pitiful guy, why did you have to provoke me? I've already warned you. Ling Xiao sighed. He exerted force and Yuhua Tianrui's neck was broken. His true essence was also sucked dry by Ling Xiao. His inner core dried up and he died. At the moment of his death, Yu Hua Tianrui still could not believe that everything that happened was real. His big brother was dead. Now, he was going to die too. It felt like a dream. Yu Hua divine religion had stood tall in the chaotic jade sand ocean for so many years, but such a thing had never happened before. Never! Cold Plum and Dong Wanyu looked at the dead Yu Hua Tianrui. He could not help but sigh. Heavenly Demon Yu Hua and Yu Hua Tianrui were notorious for being domineering in the chaotic desert. One was valiant, and the other was a spoiled brat. Relying on the backing of Yu Hua divine cult, the two of them had committed many atrocities. However, who could do anything to them? Even divine physique echelon experts wouldn't dare to touch them because of Yu Hua divine sect. Yet today, they were actually finished off by an extreme realm of alchemy martial artist. It had to be said that this was really a bit of a weirdo. It's your turn now! Ling Xiao looked at the bodyguards around him coldly. These people were helping the tyrant, and none of them were innocent. At the same time, two figures silently entered Yu Hua Heavenly Demon's residence. The guards at the door didn't even notice. When the two of them entered the room, their faces suddenly changed. Because they saw a badly mutilated corpse on the ground. It's Heavenly Demon Yu Hua! Jianhu checked and said to Xiao Jin. Someone actually killed Heavenly Demon Yu Hua? And from the looks of it, the people from Yu Hua Divine Cult don't know. Xiao Jin frowned. Search and see what's in the storage ring! Jianhu and Xiao Jin started searching the room. One of them checked the storage ring while the other checked the things in the room. A few minutes later, the two of them looked at each other. Nothing! It was probably taken away by someone else. Who was it that made a move before us? Xiao Jin looked at the corpse on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Yu Hua Divine Cult can be considered the third most powerful force in the chaotic desert. Now that Heavenly Demon Yu Hua has been killed, I'm afraid the chaotic desert will start a bloody storm. It's just that I really want to meet the person who killed Heavenly Demon Yu Hua. Young Master, it seems a bit chaotic outside. Let's leave quickly, Jianhu reminded. There are still some old fellows in Yu Hua Divine Cult who are in seclusion. If they find out, it'll be troublesome. Let's go! Xiao Jin nodded and left Heavenly Demon Yu Hua's residence. Just like how they came, they disappeared without a trace. It was as if the guard didn't see them at all. Except for Heavenly Demon Yu Hua's room. Xiao Jin suddenly stopped in his tracks. In the distance, a terrifying aura was released. Then, the black 9 underworld's water flooded many of Yu Hua Divine Cult's buildings like a flood. Who is it that gave me such a terrifying feeling? Even I'm trembling. Xiao Jin's expression was a bit ugly. Yes, young master. With such a terrifying pressure, it must be a divine physique echelon expert. Jianhu also said in fear. Let's go! Don't get involved in this. Xiao Jin reminded and immediately flew out of Yu Hua Divine Cult. The 9 underworld's water was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it engulfed many of Yu Hua Divine Cult's buildings. Any building that was touched by it would instantly rot and collapse. Many Yu Hua Divine Cult's martial artists couldn't escape in time and were buried in the terrifying 9 underworld's water. Help! Someone killed the eldest young master! Terrified voices resounded in the sky. Oh no, my godson is also dead! Probably because they heard the shouts outside, someone wanted to report to Heavenly Demon Yu Hua. In the end, they found out that his godson was also dead. This time, it was really chaotic. The entire Yu Hua Divine Cult had never encountered such a thing. Godson was killed, first young master was killed, this was simply a nightmare. Ling Xiao walked out of Yu Hua Tianrui's palace. In the palace, all the bodyguards were killed. Today, he wasn't here to fight, he was here purely to kill. Therefore, he borrowed the power of the 9 underworld's great demon king. The power that Xiao Jin felt was precisely this. Ling Xiao openly controlled the 9 underworld's water. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Master, it's time to go. With such a big commotion, those old things of Yu Hua Divine Cult should come out. Cold Plum reminded. Yes, it's time to go. After killing Yuhua Heavenly Demon, Yuhua Tianrui, and Wu Tianshou, Ling Xiao had vented enough. As for those underlings, he wasn't interested. In an instant, he withdrew all the 9 underworlds' water. Ling Xiao entered the shadow warrior form and fled out of Yuhua divine cult. He also felt that a powerful aura was recovering. After all, Yuhua divine cult was the third force in the chaotic desert sea. It was impossible for them not to have any experts. Ling Xiao didn't want to fight with them for the time being. It just so happened that those who knew him and saw him were already dead. Moreover, he was a martial artist at the middle stage of the extreme core realm. Probably no one would believe that he killed those two. A large area of Yuhua divine cult's buildings collapsed. Screams were heard. The black 9 underworld's water raged wildly. It was impossible for others not to know about this commotion. The martial artists who lived nearby all rushed over, but for the time being, they only dared to watch from afar, wanting to know what happened. At this moment, no one thought that this terrifying commotion was caused by the person who was taken away by Yuhua Heavenly Demon with the 9 underworld's gourd. No matter how good one's imagination was, they couldn't imagine it. Everyone read. Chapter 4508. Ling Xiao had yet to leave Yuhua divine sect. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely familiar aura. That feeling was so familiar. He missed it so much. Just like when he first met Cold Plum. Xiao Jin! Ling Xiao revealed a look of ecstasy. It couldn't be wrong, it must be Xiao Jin. Although his aura had become stronger, his essence had not changed. Ling Xiao believed that he could not be wrong. What's wrong, master? Cold Plum was unable to circulate her vital essence at this moment, so her perception of her surroundings was naturally reduced. Did Xiao Jin also come to the chaotic sand sea? Ling Xiao asked. I really don't know. Although we're both in the savage beast region, we're not in the same place. When I came to the chaotic sand sea this time, I didn't see him either. Cold Plum shook her head and said, But I heard that Xiao Jin wants to go to the chaotic sand sea to look for the remnant soul of the 9 nether yellow springs golden crow. Then it can't be wrong. Ling Xiao touched his Dongxing Emperor ring. He instantly understood. Xiao Jin must have appeared here for that map. However, he did not expect him to kill Yuhua Heavenly Demon and Yuhua Tianrui. He probably got nothing. Xiao Jin felt very depressed. He came to Yuhua Divine Sect tonight for the map and did not want to kill anyone. Now, he was treated as a ferocious beast for no reason. He was even surrounded. What the hell? Xiao Jin and Jianhu did not want to expose their identities, so they wore masks. They stood back to back and looked coldly at the experts of Yuhua Divine Sect who were chasing after them. Did you kill my godson and eldest young master? A voice came from afar. Someone took the blame for me. Ling Xiao frowned. If it was any other time, he would not care. However, this person was very likely to be Xiao Jin. How could he let his good brother take the blame while he escaped? Ling Xiao turned and flew in the direction of the voice. If it was really Xiao Jin, even if he had to expose his greatest reliance tonight, he would still save them. In one's life, there weren't many people who could make friends with their lives. If there was one, he had to guard it well. Moreover, Xiao Jin had saved his life many times. Is it Xiao Jin? He thought to himself as he blended into the crowd and flew over. Cold Plum and Dong Wanyu didn't stop him. Cold Plum knew about the relationship between Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. This last Dong Wanyu didn't seem to know fear at all. She was simply audacious. The exit of Yuhua Divine Sect. He was already surrounded by a group of experts. Fortunately, no Divine Body Realm martial artists had appeared yet. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He had the ability to solve such a situation. Although the people in the lead were all 9th level core shattering stage experts, they were still very strong. However, with the existence of the 9 underworld's giant demon king, he had nothing to fear. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the people who were surrounded. At this moment, there were a lot of people around. There were quite a lot of onlookers, Therefore, he was not afraid of being discovered. Moreover, he had already changed his appearance. Even if others saw him, they wouldn't know it was him. It's really him! Ling Xiao finally saw the people in the encirclement clearly. One was Xiao Jin. The current Xiao Jin was stronger than before. He exuded a cold and terrifying aura. Little guy, you've become more handsome and stronger. I wonder if you'll still call me boss when you see me? Ling Xiao smiled. He was relieved that Xiao Jin was fine. He didn't know the other person. He was a tall and burly beast race martial artist. His strength couldn't be underestimated. He wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he prepared to observe the situation. If it really didn't work, he would just put the two of them into the Dongxing Emperor ring and escape. It wasn't a good thing for Xiao Jin to interfere at this time. This should be his training. These two people are wearing masks. Could they be famous people? Nonsense, if they weren't famous people, how could they have killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua? These people didn't mention Yuhua Tianrui at all. It was as if Yuhua Tianrui was trash not worth mentioning. That's right, I think so too. Recently, there have been more and more martial artists gathering in the chaotic Sand Sea. It's normal to have such powerhouses. It's just that they're too crazy, right? They even killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua? Can Yuhua Divine Sect's lineup stop them? Who knows? Just like who would have expected that Heavenly Demon Yuhua would be killed tonight? This is simply too shocking. Looking at these two people, they seem very calm. They're probably very strong. Yuhua Divine Sect isn't to be trifled with either. Among that group of people, there are at least 3 9th-level Shattered Core Realm existences. Everyone discussed as if waiting to watch a show. At this moment, Xiao Jin spoke. Friends of Yuhua Divine Sect, we didn't kill Heavenly Demon Yuhua. Although we did enter his room, when we got there, he was already dead. Xiao Jin clearly didn't want to be the scapegoat. He wasn't afraid, but he couldn't take such a huge blame for no reason. That would be too unfair. That's right. It's even more impossible for Yuhua Tianrui to be killed by us. When we entered Heavenly Demon Yuhua's room, they already started fighting. Jianhu also said. Now that things have come to this, you still want to deny it? How could the people of Yuhua Divine Sect listen to their explanation? Unless our eyes are scared out of their wits, how could we have seen wrongly? We'll naturally investigate whether you killed him or not, but now, you must follow us back to be interrogated. Everyone, don't go too far. Do you really think we're afraid of Yuhua Divine Sect? We just don't want to be misunderstood. If you want to fight today, we'll accompany you. Xiao Jin's eyes flickered with a terrifying golden light. Jianhu also exuded a violent aura. Facing so many powerhouses of Yuhua Divine Sect, the two of them were not afraid at all. Hee, Yuhua Divine Sect, you guys are really blind. At this moment, a voice came from the crowd. It was filled with ridicule and coldness. Ling Xiao didn't want Xiao Jin to be the scapegoat. If he was the one who killed him, then he was the one who killed him. How could he let his good friend take the blame? Who dares to be impudent there? Simply boasting shamelessly. Yuhua Divine Sect was unlucky enough tonight. They definitely wouldn't let any of the suspects go. It was fine if Yuhua Tianrui was dead. But even Heavenly Demon Yuhua was dead. This was simply a disaster. If they couldn't find the murderer, they would all be buried with him. Don't you recognize me? Ling Xiao walked out of the crowd. He was arrogant and condescending. Looking at the people of Yuhua Divine Sect, he revealed his original appearance. It's him. How could it be him? The surrounding crowd was stunned. Ling Xiao's appearance was something they never expected. Shouldn't this person be captured by the 9 Nether Gourd? Why did he appear here? Moreover, his strength seemed to have become stronger. Who is he? There were also people who didn't recognize Ling Xiao. I think his name is Ling Xiao, a martial artist from the Golden Sky region. Someone explained. That's not the point. The point is that this kid was clearly captured by Heavenly Demon Yuhua before. Do you guys think this guy broke the 9 Nether Gourd and then killed Heavenly Demon Yuhua? Everyone read. Chapter 4509. No matter what others said, Ling Xiao appeared alive. He stood in the air and looked down at the people of Yuhua Divine Sect. He said coldly, "The people of Yuhua Divine Sect are not only blind, but also idiots. Let me tell you, I killed Yuhua Heavenly Demon and Yuhua Tianrui. If you want revenge, look for me. Framing an unrelated person is too laughable." What? The moment Ling Xiao said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Previously, everyone was just guessing. They did not expect Ling Xiao to admit it. "Boss!" At this moment, Xiao Jin, who had been shocked for a long time, finally rushed towards Ling Xiao excitedly. "Is it really you, boss?" During this period of time, Xiao Jin had been thinking about his boss day and night. He did not have a girlfriend, so naturally, he thought about Ling Xiao the most. "You still remember me, kid?" Ling Xiao was very happy. To be honest, after being separated for a long time, feelings easily faded. Moreover, Xiao Jin went to the savage beast region. It was unknown if he was affected by the savage beast race. Ling Xiao's mind was still filled with wild thoughts. Until he heard Xiao Jin call him boss, he was satisfied. "Of course, in this life, I can forget anyone but you, boss." Xiao Jin smiled very happily. On the other side, Jianhu scratched his head. "I didn't expect young Master Jin's boss to be so young, but his cultivation doesn't look like much. He's actually at the intermediate stage of the extreme core stage. However, he's quite loyal to actually dare to stand out." Jianhu would not look down on Ling Xiao, but he did not quite believe what Xiao Jin said before. Xiao Jin said that his boss was stronger than him. But now, it seemed that was not the case. So they're in cahoots. Humph, no matter who they are, they must be killed today. A 9th-level Shattered Core martial artist released a terrifying aura. The other two also attacked at the same time. Within a radius of 1,000 meters, almost everything was enveloped under their terrifying aura. "The three of you, it's best if you surrender immediately. Otherwise, if we attack, we'll definitely tear you into pieces." One of them roared angrily. His voice was like a thunderclap, causing many people to feel a headache. "Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then do it. At most, I'll just kill a few more people from your Yuhua Divine School." Ling Xiao's face was full of disdain. Xiao Jin also took off his mask, revealing an arrogant expression. Both of them were very young. The age of his soul was only around 19 years old. He was younger than any of the enemies present, yet he showed no fear in the face of being surrounded. "Boss, let me do it today. Consider it a gift for you," Xiao Jin said with a smile. "Fine, but if you can't hold on, just shout. With boss here, no one can hurt you." Ling Xiao was not boasting when he said this. The 9 Underworld's Great Demon King was currently at the 2nd level of the Divine Physique Echelon. He believed that even in the chaotic Desert Sea, there were not many people with such a cultivation level. It would be easy for him to protect Little Gold. "Yes." Xiao Jin nodded. His golden robe shone brightly. His eyes turned golden at the same time. Cold and merciless. His terrifying aura contended against the many experts of Yuhua Divine School. "What's your strength like? Let me see." Ling Xiao smiled. When he was in the Heavenly Fiend Ghost region, he knew that Xiao Jin's status in the Savage Beast region was not low. However, he had to see how strong Xiao Jin was with his own eyes. Although Xiao Jin was young, his terrifying strength made many Yuhua Divine School cultivators tremble in fear. He should be the one who killed the godson. That Ling Xiao is just bluffing. He doesn't have the ability to do so. Yuhua Divine School cultivators were not fools. They could sense who was stronger between Ling Xiao and Xiao Jin. Therefore, they would rather believe that Heavenly Fiend Yuhua was killed by Xiao Jin than Ling Xiao. This young man probably has an extraordinary background. To be able to kill the godson, he must be at least at the 9th level of the core fragmentation realm. It's unbelievable that he has reached such a cultivation level at his age. He probably has a strong background. I can sense the aura of a demonic beast. He probably came from the Savage Beast region. An expert of this level with such talent must be from the Beast Palace, one of the 3 sacred lands of the Savage Beast region. The Saintess Palace only has female disciples. The Divine Dragon Palace only has dragon descendants. The situation in the Savage Beast region and the Golden Sky region was slightly different. The Golden Sky region only had the Golden City. The Savage Beast region had 3, the Beast Palace, the Saintess Palace, and the Divine Dragon Palace. Don't care so much. Even if he's from the Beast Palace, we can't let him off easily for killing the Godson. That's right. Kill! Yuhua Divine School cultivators hesitated for a long time before finally making up their minds to attack. 3 9th-level core fragmentation realm experts attacked at the same time. The space seemed to be distorted and pressed towards Xiao Jin. The 3 of them should be veteran 9th-level shattered core experts, regardless of aura or combat strength. They were all above Heavenly Fiend Yuhua. Heavenly Fiend Yuhua was still too inexperienced. If not for the treasures, it would not be easy to suppress these experts. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. Although he had killed 9th-level core fragmentation realm martial artists, and even divine body realm martial artists before, he had relied on the Giant Devil King's power. Now that he did not use the Giant Devil King's power, he felt as if the sky was about to collapse. It was simply suffocating. Sword Tiger! Protect my boss! Xiao Jin was still worried about Ling Xiao after all. Chapter 45:10. Little Gold's main attack was close combat. Coupled with his strong physical body, and the mysterious 9 underworld yellow spring golden light, it could catch the enemy off guard. Speed was his forte. Coupled with the pair of golden wings on his back, he could easily do things that others couldn't do. Regardless of whether it was aerial combat or ground combat, it was extremely powerful. The Golden Crow clan originally belonged to the Beast clan. Although no real Golden Crows had been discovered in recent times, they were either remnant souls or fossils. Even if they had a little bit of Golden Crow bloodline, they would be regarded as a genius. In terms of bloodline, it was probably not inferior to the Beast God bloodline or the Black Tortoise bloodline. Of course, other than the Beast God bloodline, Ling Xiao's most terrifying thing was the Sky Tyrant martial soul. There was no way to compare the 2 of them. Based on Little Gold's speed, physical body, and ingenious control of heat, it seemed that he could suppress a 9th-level shattered core martial artist. The 3 of them were 9th-level core fragmentation realm martial artists, and only then were they able to fight evenly with him. This was under the condition that Little Gold didn't use the 9 underworld yellow spring golden light or the devouring devil fetus. Ling Xiao even suspected that his ability was probably on par with a divine body echelon cultivator. As expected of an elite disciple of the Beast Palace, it would be too disappointing if he couldn't reach this level. Ling Xiao smiled. He was very satisfied with Little Gold's performance. Not only was Ling Xiao very satisfied, but the surrounding crowd was also very surprised by Little Gold's martial skills. Rumor has it that the Beast Palace still has the Golden Crow clan's cultivation technique. Unfortunately, no one has ever been able to cultivate it. Why does this young man's cultivation technique look so similar to the Golden Crow clan's cultivation technique? Now that you mention it, it's true. I heard that the Beast Palace found a few young people who awakened the Golden Crow bloodline. They're going to focus on nurturing them. Could he be one of them? If that's true, then it's interesting. Although the Yuhua Divine Sect is quite powerful in the chaotic desert sea, they still have to rely on others. They can't afford to offend the 3 forces of the Savage Beast region. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Ling Xiao found out that Little Gold wasn't the only one in the Beast Palace with the Golden Crow bloodline. However, he believed that Little Gold was the purest. Little Gold was a special life form formed from a human soul, a Golden Crow remnant soul, and the devouring devil fetus. The Golden Crow bloodline in his body was the purest. Furthermore, he was the only one who could continuously perfect the Golden Crow bloodline. Boom! Suddenly, Little Gold appeared behind a 9th-level core shattering stage martial artist. Sharp claws suddenly formed and slammed down. The martial artist at the 9th level of the shattered core stage fell to the ground and was embedded in a deep pit. Everyone from Yuhua Divine Religion exclaimed in shock. Wasn't this young man a little too strong? He was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to achieve so much at such a young age. He might even be a disciple of one of the Savage Beast region's higher-ups. They were now caught in a dilemma. It was simply impossible to get off the tiger. If they stopped attacking, Yuhua Divine Religion would become a joke. His godson, the eldest young master, had been killed. If they didn't even dare to take revenge, what would that make them? If they continued, regardless of the outcome, they would offend the Savage Beast region. From now on, Yuhua Divine Religion would have a hard time. Little brother, we can also tell that you are a prince of the Beast Imperial Palace, right? Our Jade Flower sect does not wish to become enemies with the Beast Emperor Palace. So, as long as you hand over Ling Xiao, this matter can be written off. It was impossible to write it off. These people obviously wanted to stall for time and wait for the Divine Body Realm powerhouse to come out of seclusion. At that time, they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility. Little Gold glanced at Ling Xiao and sneered. Originally, today's matter had nothing to do with me. But you want to deal with my boss. You have to get past me first. I advise you people to quit while you are ahead. Yuhua Tianrui and Heavenly Demon Yuhua's deaths were their own. Avenge them? Does Yuhua Divine Religion really want to be eradicated? Arrogant. We are just giving you a chance because of the Beast Imperial Palace. I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. Since that's the case, we won't hold back anymore. The 9th level core shattering stage powerhouse who was slapped to the ground got up. He glared at Little Gold fiercely. Looks like you're not afraid of being beaten. Who do you think you are? You're just a dog of the Patriarch Society. How dare you hoot in front of Master? You really don't know what's good for you. They hadn't seen each other for a while, but Little Gold's mouth had become much sharper, infuriating the martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion. Today, I'll let you see the strength of the Beast Imperial Palace's prince. Little Gold's lips curled into a sneer. His body suddenly became almost transparent. Then, the transparent color quickly turned red. Blazing light instantly burst out. The temperature within 1,000 meters rose abruptly. The entrance of Yuhua Divine Sect was melted down in an instant. Some of the martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion who were too close were instantly roasted. The air was filled with the smell of burning. Golden Crow Divine Ability, Emperor Flame. The spectating martial artists were all glad that they were 1,000 meters away. Otherwise, many people would have died when Emperor Flame appeared. Looking at the martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion, except for those in the core-shattering stage, they were all burned to death in an instant. This was how terrifying Emperor Flame was. The current Little Gold was like a blazing sun. It was releasing deadly heat. Not only was it dazzling, but it was also blazing. The earth and air seemed to have completely melted. Ling Xiao looked surprised. Little Gold has finally grown. Compared to before, he could only release the 9 underworld yellow springs golden light. He's obviously stronger now. It seems like I was right to bear the pain and hand Little Gold to those people from the Savage Beast region. He believed that Cold Plum's strength after releasing her true origin would not be any weaker than Little Gold. Longqing should be the same. He was really glad for his friends. Of course, no matter how strong Emperor Flame was, he could not hurt Ling Xiao. Although he did not specialize in cultivating flames, his resistance to flames was extremely strong. After a while, Little Gold returned to normal and looked coldly at the pathetic martial artists of Yuhua Divine Religion. This is the price for going against the Beast Imperial Palace. Are you still not satisfied? Little Gold sneered. Other than the 3 9th level core shattering stage martial artists, the rest were already thinking of retreating. What could they do in the face of such a powerful martial artist? Other than admitting defeat, they could not think of any other possibility. However, it was difficult to do so. Don't be afraid. We have more people, let's attack together. One of the 9th level core-shattering stage martial artists shouted loudly. It helped the martial artists of Yuhua divine religion expel some of their fear. It reignited their fighting spirit. Therefore, thousands of people attacked Lil Gold from different directions. Everyone's attacks merged into the attacks of the 3 9th level core-shattering stage martial artists. Sometimes, having more people was not without benefits. At the very least, they could use the battle formation to pass the power of the cannon fodder to the powerhouses and unleash a greater effect. Kill! 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 The martial artists of Yuhua divine religion shouted in unison. 3 powerful forces surged toward Little Gold at the same time. Chapter 45:11. 3 terrifying forces attacked Xiao Jin at the same time. Each of them was extremely powerful. Each of them had the power to destroy everything. Are you serious? Then don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Jin's face turned cold. The Flame Emperor used it again. However, this time, it was even more terrifying than the previous one. The scorching heat instantly turned into meteorites and charged towards the 3 attacks. Boom! 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 Thousands of people attacked together. They were not as powerful as the Flame Emperor's 3 grandson primordial flames. The Yuhua divine sect martial artists wailed and howled. Another 1,000 people were burned to death. The 3 9th level shattered core martial artists were also charred black from head to toe, and they emitted a faint fragrance of meat. Your courage is rare, but it's futile. Xiao Jin smiled faintly. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill. However, don't push me too hard. If you push me too hard, even I'm afraid. Didn't this guy start a massacre? A voice came from the crowd. Idiot, that's just the aftermath of the attack. It's not really a massacre. I can see that this guy is probably one of the top princes in the Beast Imperial Palace. Yuhua Divine Sect has really kicked an iron plate this time. What are they going to do? Yuhua Divine Sect must have an Emperor weapon, right? As the crowd guessed, the 3 of them took out 3 Emperor weapons. They did not seem to have any dragon inscriptions. However, Emperor weapons were still Emperor weapons. An Emperor weapon without dragon inscriptions was more outstanding than a divine-grade heavenly Emperor weapon. The Emperor weapons in their hands were different. One of them had an umbrella. One of them had a zither. One of them had a mirror. I don't care who you are. Since you killed our godson today, you can't live! The 3 of them stood up again, their faces ferocious. You're very powerful to force us to use our Emperor weapons. However, we must keep you here today. Otherwise, we won't be able to face the sect leader. These 3 people's monarch weapons were actually 3 treasures that were compatible with each other. Heavenly Demon Yuhua had found them in the Heaven Ruins. They were originally a set. He had given them 3. They often practiced attacking together. Now, they were basically one person. The combined power of the 3 treasures was comparable to an Emperor weapon with 1 dragon pattern. They simply couldn't believe that a young martial artist like Xiao Jin could be a divine physique echelon expert. Thus, he had to be captured or killed today. The 3 of us will trap this brat. The rest of you, attack that brat Ling Xiao! A 9th level core shattering stage martial artist shouted. Yes! The other martial artists felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Facing Xiao Jin, they didn't have any courage to continue fighting. However, they were not afraid of Ling Xiao at all. In fact, he was very excited. These people can also see that little Jing values Ling Xiao very much. As long as they could capture or kill Ling Xiao, everything would be settled. Everyone, listen up. Who is willing to help our Yuhua Immortal Sect take down Ling Xiao? Yuhua Divine Sect will reward you handsomely. At the very least, there will be a monarch weapon with 1 dragon mark. These people were cunning enough. They instigated the surrounding martial artists to attack Ling Xiao together. Jianhu couldn't protect him. He would have a greater chance of killing Ling Xiao. Hee, looks like someone thinks I'm a pushover. Ling Xiao smiled. A hint of ridicule flashed across his eyes. even if he didn't rely on the 9 Nether Giant Demon King, with his current strength. It should be easy to deal with a 6th level core shattering stage martial artist. Powerful treasures, coupled with a powerful martial soul, coupled with a terrifyingly powerful physical body. Ling Xiao was even more terrifying than Xiao Jin. It was just that these people couldn't see it. "Young Master Ling, please hide behind me," Jianhu suddenly said. Xiao Jin asked him to protect Ling Xiao, so he naturally didn't dare to slack off. "Thank you, but it's just a few cats and dogs. They can't hurt me," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Jianhu was stunned for a moment. He thought to himself, "You're only at the intermediate stage of the core realm. Your ability to talk big is much stronger than your strength." He obviously didn't believe Ling Xiao's words, so he planned to attack later. Otherwise, if something happened to Ling Xiao, how sad would young Master Jin be? Ling Xiao didn't explain anything. He knew very well that strength wasn't obtained by talking, but by fighting. He didn't even look at the Jade Flower sect martial artists who were rushing over. Instead, he was very interested in the Emperor weapons of the 3 9th level core shattering stage martial artists. Generally, this kind of strange-looking thing had the most unique power. The 3 of them surrounded Xiao Jin in midair. One of them held a mirror and pointed it at Xiao Jin. At that moment, Xiao Jin felt that her body was incomparably heavy, and she couldn't move. Another person played a guzheng, forming a sound storm. It completely enveloped Xiao Jin. Just the aftermath of the sound entered the ears of the onlookers, and some of them went crazy. The most terrifying one was the person who used the umbrella. When the umbrella opened, the world was dark as if all the light had been absorbed. The temperature in the darkness was also dropping rapidly. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin looked indifferent. He was relieved. There was no need to interfere in Xiao Jin's battle. "Xiao Jin, quickly take care of those 3 old men. You don't have to worry about things here," Ling Xiao reminded. "Got it, boss." Xiao Jin smiled. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying aura was released from Xiao Jin's body. Her entire body was wrapped in golden light, and it began to change. Originally, she only had a pair of golden wings, and she didn't look like a human. Now, her hair had turned golden, and golden feathers appeared on her body. In an instant, her entire head had turned into the head of a golden crow. Her height didn't change, but there was a blazing aura in her every move. Her strength was obviously much stronger than before. This was Xiao Jin's beastman form. He hadn't fully shape-shifted, but he was already so powerful. The 3 Emperor weapons shouldn't be able to do anything to her. The terrifying aura made the 3 9th level core shattering stage martial artists tremble. However, fear couldn't make them retreat. If they couldn't get something from Xiao Jin today, they would probably die. Instead of dying like that, they might as well die with a bang. Yuhua Immortal Religion had also gathered a group of fugitives. These people might not be afraid of Xiao Jin. Even if they knew that they might die, they would still risk their lives. While the 3 9th level core shattering stage martial artists were dealing with Xiao Jin, the rest of the Yuhua Divine Sect martial artists had already pounced on Ling Xiao. In the end, Sword Tiger made a move and they were easily stopped. Although Sword Tiger wasn't as terrifying as Xiao Jin, he should be a 9th level core shattering stage martial artist. Ordinary martial artists were naturally no match for him. At this moment, a few desperados charged out from the crowd. They were all 3rd or 4th level core shattering stage martial artists. They had heard Yuhua Divine Sect's call. It was definitely worth it to make a move for an Emperor weapon with 1 dragon pattern. By the time Sword Tiger realized it, it was already too late. These people suddenly attacked because they wanted to kill Jianhu and Xiao Jin while they were distracted. Mobile version update website, M. It was the terrifying 9 Underworld's Yellow Springs golden light. Was Ling. Boss is right. I'm too naive to expect you to change your mind. The mirror shattered with a loud sound. Little gold turned into a golden light and hit the person holding the guzheng. His body was pierced through. Before the person holding the umbrella could react, a golden light shot out. The umbrella was pierced through, and the person's head was also pierced through. Although the three of them were dead, the three Emperor armaments were destroyed. The three of them were seriously injured. If there were no accidents, they wouldn't have the strength to fight anymore. Boss. Little Gold flew to Ling Xiao's side, as if he was asking for credit. In the end, you can't be ruthless. If you don't kill them, they'll go crazy. Ling Xiao sighed. They should have lost the ability to fight. Little Gold said. Is that so? Today, Boss will teach you a lesson. A cultivator who hasn't died will always have the chance to turn the tables. You're lucky that you haven't been unlucky during this time. But a person can't be lucky forever. So, if you put everything on luck and chance, it's tantamount to courting death. Ling Xiao said seriously. It was because of their deep relationship that he said all this to Little Gold. Otherwise, he wouldn't care about Little Gold's life or death. Sword Tiger looked at Ling Xiao and Little Gold with a dumbstruck expression. My God, young Master Jean is actually so obedient in front of this Ling Xiao. He's even more obedient than before the Beast Emperor. He really didn't understand how charming this Ling Xiao was. Don't say he was surprised. The surrounding crowd was surprised as well. Little Gold was enough to surprise them, but it was such a strong and talented youth. He was actually so obedient to Ling Xiao? They felt as if their worldview had been turned upside down. Ling Xiao had just finished speaking when the three heavily injured 9th-level core-shattering stage martial artists actually stood up. Moreover, they swallowed a medicinal pill at the same time. This medicinal pill caused their bodies to become completely red. At the same time, it caused their combat strength to rise madly. Boss was actually right. Little Gold frowned. He indeed intended to spare the lives of these people, mainly because he felt that these people were rather brave. They were clearly aware that they weren't a match, yet they still fought desperately. But now, he didn't admire them in the slightest. The current him only felt rage and displeasure. Again and again, and again and again. These people were like venomous snakes that pestered people. If you don't kill them, they'll take the opportunity to bite you. They consumed a bloodthirst pill. It's able to increase their combat strength by 10 times for a period of time, but the price is extremely great. After it ends, their cultivations will fall greatly, even becoming crippled. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Little Gold, now you see, not killing them will only make them even crazier. And you won't let them let you go. Ha ha ha, you're right. Even if we pay with our lives today, we'll kill all of you. We'll take revenge for our godson, take revenge for the eldest young master. The glow of the bloodthirst pill became more and more resplendent, and it even revealed slight madness. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the three people. He turned his head and said to Little Gold, If you still don't want to do it, I'll help you. Little Gold shook his head. Boss, I can't always live under your protection. I should also take some responsibility. Strength shouldn't just be strength, but also the strength of the soul. The strength of the spirit. It's good that you can think like this. Go, kill those 3 lunatics. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Yes. Little Gold floated in the sky, his eyes filled with coldness. The bloodthirst pill that the other party consumed was indeed terrifying. 3 martial artists at the 9th level of the Shattered Core realm had their attacks increased by 10 times at the same time. Then they condensed together, which was an increase of 30 times. It was definitely not easy to deal with. However, would Little Gold be afraid? Perhaps he was still a little hesitant before, but now, he wouldn't hesitate anymore. Jade Splendor Light, destroy everything. Jade Splendor God, kill everything. As the 3 people's voices sounded, the terrifying red light on the 3 people condensed together in the sky. It formed a blood-red Jade Splendor God. Heaven and earth shook. The martial artists further away also sensed the changes here. Although there were constant battles in the Heaven District. But such a powerful attack had not been seen for a long time. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 45:13. He felt that this attack could even severely injure a martial artist in the first level of the divine physique echelon. Countless people rushed over to watch the show. The image of the Jade Essence God became more and more real. Although I admire you, you don't know what's good for you. Just like what Boss said. I have to give you an end. Don't worry, I'll let you die a quick death. It was as if he didn't notice the Jade Essence God in the sky and just talked to himself. Finally, the Jade Essence God was completely formed. Jade Essence God, kill the person who dares to blaspheme the divine sex dignity. Die. The voices of the 3 9th level Shattered Core martial artists sounded at the same time. The huge Jade Essence God descended from the sky and pounced on Little Gold. It streaked across the sky like a huge red comet. Even the air was emitting crimson flames from the friction. The terrifying Jade Essence God was dozens of meters tall. Even a martial artist in the divine physique echelon wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Otherwise, they would definitely be severely injured. What a terrifying attack! Even if Little Gold is extremely talented, I'm afraid he'll die from it, right? Who knows? Look at his expression. He's not afraid at all. The onlookers also had two different opinions. One thought that Little Gold would definitely die. The other thought that Little Gold's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. Maybe he could block it. With different guesses and judgments, the onlookers nervously looked at the final battle in their hearts. Ling Zhao's expression was still calm. If Little Gold couldn't even block such an attack, then he really wasted his time in the Beast's Palace. One had to know that Ling Zhao had climbed from the bottom of the Golden Sky region to where he was now. However, Little Gold was different. He was directly recruited into the Beast's Palace as a special talent. Although he might have suffered a little, he gained more benefits. If he didn't have today's achievements, Ling Zhao would really suspect that he had been slacking off for so long. Little Gold didn't disappoint Ling Zhao. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. The onlookers' worries seemed so unnecessary and ridiculous. Little Gold's body gradually changed. His skin gradually turned dark. Even his wings became pitch-black flesh wings. Demon! Ling Zhao smiled. The Golden Crow and the Devouring Demon Fetus were Xiao Jin's two most powerful origins. The Devouring Demon Fetus was even more terrifying than the Golden Crow. After all, it could even devour the Golden Crow. As strong as the God of Jade Splendor was, it was no match for the Devil-Devouring Fetus. Devour! A cold voice resounded through the entire universe. Everyone trembled in fear when they saw the demon-like black figure. Even the 3 9th level core shattering stage martial artists who were prepared to give up their lives felt the aura of despair. What's that? I don't know. But it feels very scary. My heart keeps beating crazily. Jade God approached Little Gold. A gigantic mouth suddenly appeared in the void. He took a bite. He swallowed the huge Jade Flower God in one gulp. The frenzied energy abruptly stopped. It was as if nothing had happened. Countless people were dumbfounded. This was too much of a cheat. How could it swallow such a powerful attack in one gulp? Is he alright? It won't explode, right? Burp. While everyone was guessing, Little Gold burped. Then, the black color dissipated, and he returned to his original appearance. How delicious! Everyone was silent for a long time. At the same time, they had the same thought, what the hell? They did not know that the devil-devouring fetus was connected to a world of nothingness. In that world, any energy could be digested. Of course, the strength of Little Gold's devouring ability depended on his strength. If that attack had been from a divine physique echelon expert, Little Gold would not have been able to devour it completely. However, he could still devour a part of it. After devouring, the energy would slowly become a part of Little Gold's strength. This was the reason why his strength had improved so quickly. 9 Underworld Yellow Spring Golden Light. This time, Little Gold did not show any mercy. After devouring the opponent's last attack, he opened his mouth and spat out a dazzling light. In an instant, the light penetrated the 3 9th level core shattering stage martial artists. Their bodies, including their dantians, were completely destroyed. Even the buildings of Yuhua divine sect were destroyed by this ray of light. The people could not help but sigh. Yuhua divine sect had provoked someone they should not have. What a powerful attack! If he had used this attack from the beginning, all the martial artists in Yuhua divine sect would have died. Exclamations rose and fell in the crowd. Everyone was amazed by Little Gold's strength. There were also people who were confused about Ling Xiao's identity. Little Gold was so powerful, but he had to listen to Ling Xiao's words. If Ling Xiao was just an ordinary person, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. Prince Little Gold is really something. He just came to the chaotic desert not long ago, and he's already taking it out on Yuhua divine sect. However, no matter what, he's still a dog of the Patriarch Society. Don't you think you're going overboard? Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. Judging from the voice, they were not afraid of Little Gold at all. Even if Little Gold had released such a powerful attack earlier, they were not afraid. Ling Xiao turned his head to look at the crowd. There were many young martial artists standing there. The oldest one was not more than 100 years old. Needless to say, these people should be the elites from the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Now, they could be considered the elites of the Patriarch Society. He did not pay much attention to them. After all, these people did not have much interaction with him. However, the moment he took a casual look, his eyes revealed incomparable surprise. Wang Quan Tianxia. Ling Xiao clearly remembered that it was Wang Quan Jinghua and Wang Quan Tianxia who went to the western region to capture Yufenghua. These 2 people wanted to destroy his country. In the end, the terrifying black demon in his body killed Wang Quan Tianxia. Wang Quan Jinghua, who was chasing after him, fled frantically. How did this person who was already dead come back to life? Right. What was destroyed at that time should only be his physical body. In the past, Ling Xiao did not know that even if a martial artist's physical body was destroyed, he could still be resurrected. Now that he saw Wang Quan Tianxia, he understood everything. However, Wang Quan Tianxia, who he could only look up to in the past, was no longer so mysterious in front of him. In the past, he had relied on Black Demon's power to destroy his physical body. This time, he wanted to rely on his own power to kill Wang Quan Tianxia. It was this person who took away his beloved woman and destroyed his country. If he had not just come into contact with the mysterious power at that time, everything would have been irreparable. Therefore, his hatred had never lessened. Even if he had changed the consequences, the sins that the other party had committed would not change. A murderer would not be free of sins just because he was lucky enough to be saved by someone. Ling Xiao's eyes released a cold light. Wang Quan family, I want you to know the consequences of snatching my woman. End of chapter. Chapter 45-14. It was an interesting thing. There was still fate between people, but it was fate with Xiao Jin. It was an ill-fated fate with Wang the World. Ling Xiao was happy to see Wang the World because he could finally come into contact with someone of that level. He didn't have to be treated like an ant like before. He had been working hard for this day. Finally, he didn't waste any time. What's wrong, master? Cold Plum asked curiously. I met an acquaintance, but he's also an enemy. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Don't worry, everything will be resolved. Compared to the past, when he felt insignificant and helpless in front of King of the World, today, Ling Xiao had great confidence and strength. He even had powerful friends. What was he afraid of? Currently, Wang the World was wearing a black robe embroidered with golden threads. He was really handsome and eye-catching. The arrogance in his body simply couldn't be stopped from flowing out. His eyes were filled with arrogance, as though no one here was worthy of being compared to him. He was indeed from the Eternal Emperor region, recognized as the strongest place in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. Ling Xiao was very interested. If Wang Quan under the heavens saw him, what kind of expression would he have when he saw the person who had once destroyed his physical body? He didn't make a move immediately. Because he wasn't in a hurry. Since he had already seen him, would it be too late to take revenge? More importantly, His Majesty the King had brought along powerful bodyguards this time. They were all in the divine physique echelon. He had already provoked Yuhua sect, and it was obviously unwise to provoke the Eternal Emperor region. Actually, he had an idea. He wanted to kill this bastard in front of the martial artists from the Eternal Palace. That would be more satisfying. Of course, he had to rely on his own strength. If he relied on the 9 underworld Great Demon King, wouldn't it be the same as before? How boring would that be? People always had to change a little. Boss, what's wrong? Little Gold flew over, looked at the group, and asked. Nothing, I just met an enemy. Ling Xiao smiled. Boss, if you want help, just say the word. Little Gold said. Okay. Ling Xiao didn't reject and only nodded. Then, the two of them looked at the proud young people. Although they weren't the top geniuses of the 9 worlds, such as Huang Jinlan, Yang Shui, Wang Quan, and Tian Ming, they weren't the top geniuses of the 9 worlds. But they were still in the second tier. He could be considered a first-rate genius. They came from the 4 regions and 9 worlds, and each of them could look down on the world. Not only was he talented, but his reputation and status were also extremely high. These people were all at least at the 8th level of the core-shattering stage. There were even terrifying existences half a step into the divine physique echelon. Even though the so-called half-step wasn't the true divine body realm, it meant that one had grasped a portion of divine origin. His abilities in all aspects would be greatly improved. Little Gold, how is your relationship with the martial artists of the Savage Beast region? Ling Xiao looked at these people with interest and asked. There are enemies and friends, but there are more enemies. Xiao Jin said calmly. They are all jealous of young Master Jin's talent, so they are targeting young Master Jin. Jianhu interjected. I understand now. No wonder those people from the Savage Beast region had such ugly looks on their faces, as if everyone owed them money. Ling Xiao pursed his lips in disdain. A total of nearly 100 people finally arrived at the scene. They seemed very unhappy when they saw the mess Yuhua divine sect was in. Wang Quan glanced at the geniuses from the Savage Beast region and said calmly, This prince from the Savage Beast region is really arrogant. Yuhua divine sect is a dog raised by the Patriarch Society in the chaotic desert. If you hit a dog, you have to look at its owner. What are you going to do about this? One of them was clearly a genius from the Beast Palace. He immediately pointed at Xiao Jin's nose and scolded. Prince Xiao Jin, you may be one of the Beast Emperor's chosen princes. But this kind of behavior will ruin the reputation of the Savage Beast region. Do you know your crime? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to convict me? Xiao Jin glanced at that person disdainfully and said, You'd better mind your own business. Be careful not to get yourself killed one day when you go out. After saying that, Xiao Jin even flashed a sinister smile. That person's face instantly turned red. He said angrily, No matter what, I will definitely report this to the higher-ups. Just wait for your punishment. Xiao Jin's smile became even more disdainful. Hee, a child who only knows how to snitch. Go. It's best if you run into your mother's arms and report while drinking milk. Little Gold, this fellow, was really getting better and better at insulting people. That person was so angry that he almost vomited blood. After holding it in for a long time, he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, King of the World saw Ling Xiao. At first, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao was still alive, but after taking a closer look, how could he not remember the enemy who had destroyed his physical body? Even if he turned into ashes, he would still recognize him. You recognized him? Ling Xiao looked at King of the World with a smile. King of the World's current cultivation seemed to be even stronger than before. Who would have thought that the destruction of his physical body would be a blessing in disguise for him? No wonder he seemed to be the leader of this group of people. It's you! Wang Quan's originally calm expression became extremely ferocious at this time. I will kill you! In the next moment, he charged towards Ling Xiao. He wanted to tear this guy apart. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to exact his revenge. Boom! Wan Quan under the heavens attack was blocked by someone. It was Little Gold. I will kill whoever dares to touch my boss. He glared at King of the World fiercely. His cold eyes revealed a cruel radiance. This gave King of the World a fright. Prince Little Gold, you are really crazy. Do you think you can act so recklessly just because you are the prince that the Beast Emperor values? Are you trying to start a war with the Eternal Emperor region? Who is that kid that you are protecting? For him, you are going against King of the World. Are you really going to ignore the rules set by the Patriarch Society? Cut the crap. If you want to fight, you can come at me together. Let's see if I'm afraid of you. Little Gold sneered. His words were already overboard, but those people didn't dare to make a move. After all, Little Gold was the prince of the Beast Emperor. In addition, Little Gold's strength was probably at the top of this group of people. Even King of the World might not be able to suppress him. Who would dare to provoke him? Brat, do you really think that the one surnamed Jean will be able to protect you? He can protect you for now, but he can't protect you forever. King of the World glanced at Little Gold. He didn't continue to attack, because he knew that it was useless to attack at this moment. This person looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, "You better be alive and well. After the heavenly ruins, it will be your death." After saying that, King of the World turned around and left. He definitely wanted to kill Ling Xiao, but he had to do it when Little Gold wasn't around. Right now, he was just retreating for the sake of advancing. Hey, idiot. Didn't it feel good when I destroyed your physical body? It's my fault that you were able to survive. Don't worry, I won't be so careless this time. Ling Xiao said with a contemptuous smile. Mobile version update website, M. Rustling sounds suddenly rang out in the courtyard. Ling Xiao's soul power was the strongest, so he was the first to discover it. Hence, he dashed out. That person also left immediately. He is purposely luring me out. Is he preparing to act against me? Is he someone from King Power? Or someone from the Jade Flower Divine Sect? Ling Xiao smiled. He knew that there was a tiger in the mountain, but he still chose to go there. His current cultivation was clearly unable to keep up. Coincidentally, there was someone who sent him to increase his experience. There was no reason for him not to keep him. As for a trap? Would he be afraid? Ling Xiao laughed coldly and chased after him. This person kept running to a secluded place. Finally, he arrived at a place where few people would go. Suddenly, he released a cold killing intent. He even crushed a talisman. It was a trapping talisman. The effect of this talisman was to trap a person, not allowing them to escape. It was similar to Ling Xiao's martial spirit barrier, but its effect wasn't as good. Clearly, this person wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Since you asked me to come, it's not like I won't come. Just reveal your true face. In any case, I'm going to be a dead man. Isn't that right? Ling Xiao laughed. You are really bold. You know that I want to kill you, but you actually came out. That person was shocked. But he quickly regained his composure. In this world, there were some people who didn't know the difference between life and death. At this moment, Little Gold, Sword Tiger, Cold Plum, and Dong Huan Yu all rushed over. Humph, so what if you rushed over? You still can't help him. That person laughed coldly. The secret of the trap talisman is that once the people outside attack, the effects of the talisman will be affected. The cultivator inside will be affected. Of course, you won't care about me, but won't you care about him? Bastard! Little Gold frowned. This was a little difficult to deal with. There's no need to be angry. Since you are here, then just stand there and watch the show. Ling Xiao laughed. Although his current strength was inferior to Little Gold and Cold Plum's, he still had the advantage. But in terms of overall strength, he could play Cold Plum and Little Gold to death. This idiot actually wanted to kill him? He really didn't investigate anything clearly before coming. You really have guts. That person laughed coldly and took off the mask on his face. Savage Beast Clan? Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't seem to have any enmity with the savage beast clan. Moreover, Little Gold was the prince of the beast's palace, and Cold Plum was the saintess of the saintess' palace. Was this guy stupid? Obviously, Cold Plum and Little Gold were also very surprised. I know you are very surprised. That person's body gradually turned into a werewolf, and his body suddenly became much bigger. His cold eyes became even more sinister and terrifying. I'm afraid you don't know. Heavenly Demon Yuhua, who was killed by you, is my man, the werewolf warrior said coldly. Your man? I don't understand. Ling Xiao shook his head. He is someone I love deeply, and the two of us have already pledged our lives to each other. However, all of you killed him, so all of you deserve to die. Unfortunately, I'm not a match for Little Gold or Sword Tiger. So, it's not bad to be able to drag you, the weakest piece of trash, to die with me. The werewolf warrior roared. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. A man liked another man? This was a rare thing in the Black Tortoise continent. Moreover, it was despised by ethics. Forget it, it had nothing to do with him anyway. It was just that the other party wanted to kill him, and this had something to do with him. And it had a lot to do with him. You can go! I don't want to kill you, and I can understand your determination to take revenge, so I'll give you a chance to live. Ling Xiao rarely let people come to kill him, but the one in front of him was clearly just an infatuated werewolf. He was too embarrassed to kill him. Ha ha! Ling Xiao, you really know how to talk? Do I need you to let me go? With your strength? Can you hurt me? You really think too highly of yourself. The werewolf laughed wildly. If you're a man, then fight fair and square. Only when you die or I die will this matter be considered over. My head hurts. Ling Xiao frowned. Forget it, since you want to die, I'll play with you. It's just that I really didn't expect that Heavenly Demon Yuhua would have such a loyal lover. Chapter 45:16. The Wolf Clan martial artist in front of him was not weak. He had reached the 6th level of the Shattered Core Realm. Although it was nothing compared to Little Gold. But to Ling Xiao, it could really put some pressure on him. To be honest, Ling Xiao had a good impression of this person. After all, it was not easy to be so infatuated these days. But the other party was clamoring to kill him. No matter how much he liked him, he could not stretch his neck and let him kill him. The other party's murderous intent was very strong. Little Gold, just watch. I can deal with this kind of trash. Ling Xiao also had his own persistence. If he could take it down, he would not easily let others do it, let alone let the 9 Nether Giant Demon King do it. Just as he was thinking. Suddenly, the Wolf Clan martial artist attacked. As expected of a savage beast clan martial artist, his speed was quite fast. In just a moment, he was already in front of Ling Xiao. The corners of his mouth suddenly opened, revealing a cruel smile. His sharp nails were as terrifying as daggers. He stabbed fiercely at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao dodged easily. In terms of speed, the other party was not as good as him. Thinking about it, he was really emotional. Back then, even the 1st level of the Shattered Core Realm martial artist gave him a headache. Now that he was at the 6th level of the Shattered Core Realm, he did not take him seriously. Sometimes he had to praise himself. This breakthrough speed really made those geniuses with super backgrounds go crazy with jealousy. Those people could only have a temporary advantage, but he would catch up with them soon. He might even surpass them. Your ability to lie has reached the point of perfection. Are you Heavenly Demon Yuhua's lover? Who sent you here? Ling Xiao asked coldly as he dodged. Although it was just a feeling, he believed in his judgment. Oh, you saw through me. You're right. Heavenly Demon Yuhua and I are not lovers, but business. You killed him and ruined our young master's business. He's very unhappy. So he sent me to kill you. The Wolf Clan martial artist's attacks became faster and faster. He was crazy and excited as long as he could tear apart the opponent in front of him, he would be extremely excited. I see. Damn it, you actually wasted my feelings. Ling Xiao was enraged. If I don't chop you into pieces today, my name isn't Ling Xiao. At this point, his eyes revealed a terrifying murderous aura. Everyone hated it when others lied to them. Ling Xiao was no exception. To think that he had been touched for a while. What a waste. Since that was the case, all the more he had to get rid of this bastard. Moreover, he wanted to squeeze every last bit of value out of him. Because in his heart, he was extremely eager to improve his strength. Now, if he wanted to defeat Little Gold, he had to use the 9 underworld giant demon king. However, even he felt displeased that he had one like this. Therefore, he had to continue improving. At the very least, he had to reach the first level of the core fragmentation realm before he could defeat Little Gold with his own strength. As the boss, he couldn't be worse than his little brother. Regardless of whether or not Xiao Jin had received great support from the Beast Emperor Palace. It didn't matter whether Cold Plum had inherited the inheritance of the Saintess. In any case, the truth was that they were stronger than him. If he wanted to protect them, he had to become stronger. Previously, he had relied on the strength of a 9 Nether Troll King to kill Yuhua. He really didn't feel good about winning. However, this Wolf Clan cultivator was the strongest cultivator he had dealt with alone. He could be considered a stepping stone for him to improve his strength. Suddenly, he transformed into the beast soul of the unbounded heavenly rat. His entire body emitted a cold and terrifying aura. With the Dong Xing godly demon sword in hand, he was like a combination of a god and a demon. Kill! He stopped running and decided to kill his opponent. Oh? I thought you would run for the rest of your life. I didn't expect you to have some guts. But this can only be called stupid. The Wolf Clan warrior laughed disdainfully. He also waved his sharp claws and attacked. If you can hurt me, it's my loss. How arrogant he was. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. 12 Divine Beast Technique. A terrifying giant beast condensed around Ling Xiao. A violent and barbaric aura bloomed. It made the Wolf Clan warrior inexplicably terrified. Are you afraid now? It's too late. The violent giant beast bombarded the Wolf Clan warrior's claw mark. The claw mark shattered with a sound. The Wolf Clan warrior was terrified. He hurriedly circulated his true essence and defended with all his strength. You can't kill me, you lowly trash! The Wolf Clan warrior roared and instantly transformed into a huge demonic wolf. The terrifying demonic wolf increased his strength by 10 times in an instant. The terrifying aura that filled the air was close to the 7th stage of the Shattered Core realm. He couldn't tolerate being suppressed by such a trash. If this spread out, where would his face be? At this moment, he switched from defense to offense. A violent attack blasted toward Ling Xiao. Sky Wolf Claw! Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. He didn't block the opponent's attack at all. The power of the opponent's move was merely the power of a high-level 10th level Emperor Realm martial skill. But his physical defense had already reached the peak of 10th level Emperor Realm. He allowed the opponent's claws to bombard his body. Ling Xiao grinned. This is impossible! Seeing that Ling Xiao was unscathed, the Wolf Clan warrior was terrified to the extreme. A fear that came from the depths of his soul suddenly emerged. Void Shattering Finger! Void Shattering! The Wolf Clan warrior wanted to escape. But there was no chance. Ling Xiao displayed the Void Shattering Finger and used the power of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. At that moment, the space was compressed. Then it shattered. The Wolf Clan warrior's body also turned into powder. It was as if his bones were crushed into powder by a strong force. What a powerful void shattering! Ling Xiao was shocked. With this move, the enemy wouldn't even be able to leave a complete corpse. The only pity was that the opponent's storage ring was also shattered. It seemed that it was best not to use this move in the future unless it was a dangerous situation. It was too painful. Why are you all looking at me like that? After the Wolf Clan warrior was killed, Ling Xiao absorbed his true essence. He felt that the energy in his cultivation sea had increased a little. He wasn't far from the next breakthrough. But when he turned around, he found that Cold Plum, Dong Wanyu, Xiao Jin, and Jianhu were all shocked. Only then did he ask, "Master, where is your limit?" Dong Wanyu was the most surprised. When she first met Ling Xiao, it was quite difficult for Ling Xiao to fight against Li Dian, who was in the first level of the Shattered Core realm. In the blink of an eye, only a day had passed. She didn't expect that Ling Xiao could actually kill a 6th-level Shattered Core realm warrior like slaughtering a chicken. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum were also shocked. Although their cultivation levels were higher than Ling Xiao's today. But they had the full support of the top forces. They could get whatever resources they wanted. They also had the guidance of famous teachers. In addition to their outstanding aptitude, they had such achievements. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was completely different. He had reached where he was today entirely with his own efforts. Without resources, he could only find them himself. Although he had a powerful master, the Yuan Venerate was only in soul form and couldn't provide him with many resources. He had to work hard alone. End of chapter. Chapter 45:17. Xiao Jin had always been grateful and in awe of Ling Xiao. This was because he was well aware of Ling Xiao's terrifying potential and ability. Everyone who wanted to kill him was killed by him in the end. Everyone thought that he was easy to bully, but in the end, they found out that he was the most terrifying person, the one that they couldn't offend the most. Xiao Jin and Cold Plum blushed with shame. They had the best resources and the strongest masters. However, they weren't much stronger than Ling Xiao, who climbed up step by step. It wasn't that they weren't strong enough, but that Ling Xiao was too terrifying. "If you guys keep looking at me like that, I'll be embarrassed. Let's go back." Ling Xiao smiled and the few of them returned to their residence. Because of this matter, no one was sleepy anymore. Thus, they started to discuss about the Heaven Ruins. Xiao Jin originally wanted to team up with Sword Tiger. Now, he could directly join Ling Xiao's Battle Alliance team. There was no problem at all. Now that Xiao Jin and Sword Tiger are added, our team will only be stronger. Dong Wanyu smiled. That's right. 3 people became 5. If only that brat Longchen was here as well. In the chaotic sand ocean, he saw Cold Plum and Xiao Jin, but he still didn't see Longchen. To be honest, he missed him. Boss, don't worry. Longchen is a true descendant of the primordial dragon. In the Savage Beast region, he's like a treasure in the Divine Dragon Palace. His strength will only be stronger than me and Sister Cold Plum. Xiao Jin knew that Ling Xiao was worried about Cold Plum, so he said that. It's good that you're fine. Seeing you guys become stronger, I feel that my decision back then was right. If you guys followed me, you might not have such a development. Ling Xiao sighed. Boss, don't be so emotional. Let's quickly add Sword Tiger and my name to the team before the team evaluation ends. Xiao Jin said. All right, after so much trouble, the sky is already bright. Let's go take a look. Ling Xiao stood up. Last time, those idiots actually dared to make things difficult for us. This time, our team is even stronger. They won't dare to mess around anymore. Even now, Dong Wanyu was still brooding over yesterday's matter. The matter of Yuhua divine religion was, after all, a big deal in the chaotic desert ocean. Although there was a lot of killing here every day. However, half of Yuhua divine religion was destroyed. His godson, young master, and many experts were killed. This matter was definitely not a small matter. However, in this rumor, people seemed to take the initiative to ignore Ling Xiao, and force this big case to be Xiao Jin. After all, in their eyes, Ling Xiao was just an insignificant kid. Xiao Jin was powerful enough. Just like that, Ling Xiao did an incredible thing, and many people didn't know about him. Even those who were present at the scene did not see much of Ling Xiao's action. When the 5 of them arrived at the Board of Patriarchs' Heaven Ruins office, everyone's attention was on Xiao Jin. Everyone was impressed by Xiao Jin's strength. She killed 3 ninth stage Shattered Core experts by herself. She was really a heaven-defying genius. People suspected that Xiao Jin was already a divine physique echelon expert. Otherwise, how could she be so strong? Everyone stepped aside to make a path for him. The person who received Ling Xiao was the deacon from the previous office. A 9th stage Shattered Core expert. Our team's evaluation is over, right? Ling Xiao asked. That person glanced at Ling Xiao, but his gaze quickly fell on Xiao Jin and Cold Plum. A prince of the Beast Palace. A saintess from the Saintess Palace. They actually listened to this kid. Who was this kid? He couldn't figure it out. He smiled and said, "Of course, they've passed the evaluation. Is it okay to add their names to our team?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "Of course." Cold sweat flowed down the deacon's forehead. Of course, he already knew what happened in Yuhua divine religion. Any one of the 3 ninth level core shattering stage experts was stronger than him. Therefore, it was as easy as flipping her hand for Xiao Jin to kill him. After all, this was the prince that the Beast Emperor had personally chosen. It was said that the old man put in a lot of effort for this prince. He loved him very much. Even if Xiao Jin killed him, he wouldn't be able to get any justice and could only die in vain. Very good. Ling Xiao smiled, then pointed in a direction. Why is that person still there? The deacon's expression changed instantly. The person Ling Xiao was talking about was the person in charge of the evaluation that day. Hearing Nihua Tianrui's order, he didn't let Ling Xiao and the others pass. Ling Xiao was a vengeful person. How could he let this guy go so easily? Everyone, he just made a mistake. The deacon was a little embarrassed. Tell him to get lost, Ling Xiao said coldly. I'm already being merciful by not killing him, but you still dare to keep him. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Little brother, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. Let's just forget about this matter. Forget about it? Are you sure? Ling Xiao smiled, but it was a scary smile. Why are you looking at me? Can't you hear my boss's order or can't you do it? I'm just telling him to get lost, not killing him. Does he have someone backing him up? Xiao Jin sneered. Well, how about this? I'll let you pass the final evaluation and enter the heaven ruins directly. Let him go. The deacon frowned and said. Do we need you to get in through the back door? Ling Xiao said indifferently. I just want him to get lost. The deacon's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he sighed helplessly. I'll tell you the truth. His father is a higher up in the Patriarch Society, a divine body realm expert. I advise you not to provoke him. Chapter 45:18. You must be joking. With Saintess Kai Dai and Prince Jean, your team will naturally pass the test. You just have to wait for the Heaven's Relic to open. The deacon smiled. He wasn't going in through the back door. With Little Gold's strength, passing the test was as easy as flipping his hand. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled and left with Little Gold and the others. Your Highness, you're back? When Ling Xiao arrived at Little Gold's residence, he suddenly saw a few familiar faces. But at the same time, he also realized how ignorant he had been. These were the 5 people who took Little Gold and the others away from the Archean Divine Tomb. In the past, Ling Xiao thought that their strength was at most in the Divine Pulse realm. However, today, he realized that their strength was much more terrifying than he imagined. It seemed that they were indeed affected by the laws in the Archean Divine Tomb, and their strength was greatly weakened. The strongest person was actually a half-step Divine Body Realm existence, just like Little Gold. He had a pair of horns on his head and was very tall. His cold eyes were filled with a sense of bewitching confidence. This person was called Xue Lei. He was a bull demon martial artist. Beside Xue Lei was Zhou Guang, whose figure wasn't any weaker than Xue Lei's. There were strange patterns all over his skin. As a tiger martial artist, his strength was only slightly weaker than Xue Lei's. They were both in the half-step divine body realm. The third person was called Xian Mu. This person was a little special as he was a tree spirit. His strength was slightly weaker, as he was only in the 8th stage of the Shattered Core realm. The 4th person was called Lan Mao. She was the only female in the group and looked extremely seductive. She was a snake martial artist in the 9th stage of the Shattered Core realm. The 5th person was called Ing Yen. He was an eagle martial artist in the 9th stage of the Shattered Core realm. His eyes made people uncomfortable. Ling Xiao vaguely remembered that there should be 6 of them. The last one was called Zilin. He was a flood dragon who had awakened the flood dragon bloodline and was very rare. He was probably also in the half-step divine body realm, and was the most terrifying of the 6. You dare to show up? Xiao Jin's pupils suddenly constricted, revealing a strong sense of hatred. Prince Little Gold, what are you doing? If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have reached the Savage Beast clan and wouldn't have the status you have today. Ian Light sneered. When Ling Xiao saw his expression, he knew that things were not that simple. Back then, when these people took Xiao Jin, Cold Plum, and Long Chun away, he agreed. Because he knew it would be beneficial to the 3 of them. However, he had no idea what happened after that. It must be very bitter. Bullshit! You guys did treat us well at the beginning because we were the key to your achievements. But later on, as our strength continued to grow, you felt that you could no longer control it. Thus, they targeted us in every way they could. Sister Cold Plum's injury is related to you, right? Long Chun was almost ambushed by you. Needless to say, I almost died in your hands. Thank him? Humph, I wish I could kill all of you right now. Xiao Jin was furious. This made Ling Xiao realize that Xiao Jin's hatred for these people was extremely deep. Moreover, Cold Plum's injuries were actually related to these people. This made Ling Xiao feel a strong sense of hatred. We meet again. Ling Xiao suddenly spoke. The 5 of them seemed to be very surprised. Surprised that he knew Ling Xiao? So they turned their heads and looked carefully for a long time. How can it be? Lan Mao was the first to think of Ling Xiao's identity. Isn't this kid the guy from the immemorial divine tomb? He even killed our companions. It's him. Yes, it's him. The others finally recognized Ling Xiao. They were extremely shocked. They really did not expect that Ling Xiao really came from the western region to the 4 regions and 9 worlds, and even to the chaotic desert sea. How did you do it? Shuelei asked in shock. It doesn't matter how he did it. When we were in the immemorial divine tomb, we couldn't use our nomological strength. But here, nomological strength will no longer restrain us. This kid killed our people, so we must not let him go. Ian Light said sinisterly. Yes, we must kill him. Lan Mao also smiled and said, Prince Jean actually teamed up with such a trash. How interesting. Say that again. Let's see if I dare to kill you. Xiao Jin's golden eyes flickered with cold killing intent. Ling Xiao was the person he respected the most. He would not be polite to anyone who dared to insult Ling Xiao. Lan Mao shrank back. The stinking brat they could bully in the past had grown to a point where they could no longer control him. To be honest, Lan Mao was somewhat afraid of Xiao Jin. Otherwise, she would have attacked Ling Xiao right now. Prince Jean, we're not here to quarrel with you today. We'll ask you one last time. Do you want to join our team? Shuelei said coldly. No need. You may not remember what you did in the past, but I won't forget it. Go back and tell Zilin. If we meet in the heavenly ruins, we'll be enemies. Xiao Jin flatly refused. Fine. Since you've decided, it doesn't matter how we persuade you. Let me ask you one more thing. The other team in the Savage Beast region is missing a wolf warrior. I have some relations with him. Have you seen him? Shuelei asked again. Killed him. This time, it wasn't Xiao Jin who answered. Instead, it was Ling Xiao. I killed him. You. Ha 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 ha, with just you. Shuelei sneered disdainfully. Then he looked at Xiao Jin and said, You're good at killing beasts. You're good. Even if the Beast Emperor loves you, you can't do whatever you want. Don't try to scare me with that. If he dares to kill my boss, I'll kill him. Xiao Jin sneered. In his eyes, he didn't belong to the savage beast region. He was only kind to the beast race martial artists who had treated him well. But if someone wanted him to attack Ling Xiao, he would not tolerate it. Good, very good. You better be careful in the heavenly ruins. We were able to take you away from the immemorial divine tomb, so we have the ability to kill you, Shuele said to the others. Let's go. Fighting outside would cause too much of a commotion. Even if they killed Xiao Jin, the Beast Emperor would be displeased. It wouldn't do them any good. It was better to do it in the heavenly ruins. Even the Beast Emperor wouldn't know. Shuele, it's time to do it. Those three brats are about to shit on our heads, Zhou Guang said viciously. Of course we're going to do it. But we need to plan it in detail. We can't let the Beast Emperor know. Otherwise, we'll have to face the consequences. Shuele nodded. Damn it. If we knew we'd bring back such trouble, we would have killed them. Lan Mao said coldly. You can't say that. If we didn't use this credit, we wouldn't have the status we have today, and we wouldn't have gotten so many resources. Now, it's time to give it up. Xian Mu smiled. That's right. There are gains and losses. When it's time to give it up, we have to give it up, Hawkeye said with a vicious expression. Watching those people leave, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. Chapter 45:19. Everyone entered the house. After sorting out the situation, the Savage Beast region was recognized as the third strongest force in the 4 regions and 9 worlds. They already had so many geniuses. There were 4 half-step divine physique echelon cultivators. There was even Cold Plum in the divine body realm. However, Cold Plum was injured and couldn't use her full strength. Then, wouldn't the second strongest heaven and the first strongest Eternal Emperor region be even stronger? Do you know anything about the Eternal Emperor region? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. He believed that Kingly under heaven wouldn't let him go. It was necessary for him to understand the Eternal Emperor region's strength. The Eternal Emperor region is very scary. As the most powerful force, there were 7 half-step divine body realm martial artists among the martial artists who had come this time. Kingly under heaven isn't the strongest, but he's still one of the 7. That's right, boss. You probably don't know yet, but there are so many geniuses here. Since there are so many geniuses here, the Patriarch Society has relaxed the limit. A team can have a maximum of 10 people. Xiao Jing reminded him. Damn, that's insane. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. 7 half-step divine body realms? This was just the surface data. It was no secret that the martial artists hid their strength. Who knew if there were any divine body realms among the 7? The Heavenly Hall ruins were restricted by age, not cultivation. Even a divine physique echelon cultivator would definitely be able to enter. However, the stronger the enemy, the more excited he felt. If there weren't any strong enemies, he would feel lonely. Xiao Jin, there are only 5 days left before we enter the Heavenly Hall ruins. I want to leave for a while. Ling Zhao's idea was simple. Yuhua Divine Cult wanted to kill him, but they didn't because of Xiao Jin. Although this was safer, it couldn't improve his strength. He needed to constantly fight in order to continue improving. Anything could happen in 5 days. It's dangerous, boss, Xiao Jin said worriedly. Xiao Jin, before I met you guys I was also like this. Yuhua Divine Cult only has a dozen divine body realms. Most of them are guarding the Heavenly Hall ruins. How would they have the time to kill me? Those who want to kill me are mostly core realm and core fragmentation realm experts. I can deal with them. Ling Xiao smiled. Seeing that Xiao Jin still wanted to say something, Ling Xiao directly said, I've already made up my mind. Just help me take good care of my obedient disciple. As for Cold Plum, you can choose to stay here with Xiao Jin and the others, or you can choose to temporarily return to your residence in the Saintess Palace. This time, Ling Xiao really didn't plan to bring a single person. Otherwise, how could he use himself as bait to attract those people to chase after him? The girl and her lover were both young martial arts geniuses, so one day, they went to the chaotic desert together. Unfortunately, reality wasn't as good as they imagined. The girl was fancied by someone. This person was an old man who had lived for nearly 300 years, and his strength had reached the third level of the core fragmentation realm. The old man had 3 sons, all of whom had joined Yuhua Divine Sect, and one of them was working beside the sect master. Very impressive. The old man's strength wasn't much, but his son was capable. Relying on his son's power, he killed the girl's lover and wanted to forcefully take the girl. It was under such circumstances that Ling Xiao broke into the bridal room. The reason why the Yuhua Divine Sect's martial artists left so quickly was because the old man's son had enough face. Now the old man wanted to forcefully take the girl. He wanted to take her as his concubine, and his 100th concubine at that. It couldn't be helped, martial artists were generally stronger in that aspect, and mortals couldn't compare to them. 100 concubines wasn't a big deal. The story was a bit melodramatic. But life was even more melodramatic. Ling Xiao had seen this kind of thing many times in reality. In the Black Tortoise continent, using strength or power to forcefully take someone else's wife and daughter, this wasn't news at all. But since he encountered it, and it was related to Yuhua Divine Sect, he might as well intervene. This bride could be considered to be his benefactor. If he was really discovered just now, if he didn't use the 9 Nether Giant Demon King, he would really be killed. If he used the 9 Nether Giant Demon King, he might attract the divine physique echelon experts of Yuhua Divine Sect. Chapter 45-20. That's simple. I'll help you get rid of that shameless old thing. But after that, I'm afraid you'll have to leave the chaotic sand sea. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, and said, since this matter was related to the Yuhua Divine Sect, he naturally had to interfere and cause trouble for them. Young hero, thank you for your kindness, but forget it. That person is a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core shattering realm. Of his 3 sons, 2 are at the 5th level of the core shattering realm, and 1 is at the 6th level of the core shattering realm. They're all extremely powerful existences. You're no match for them at all. The bride smiled bitterly and shook her head. In fact, when she came, she was in high spirits. But now, her will had long been depressed. She saw that Ling Xiao did not hide his cultivation base and was only at the middle stage of the extreme core stage, so she did not want to implicate Ling Xiao. However, the more the bride did not want to trouble Ling Xiao, the more Ling Xiao felt that it was meaningful for her to help him. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside. It was about time to disturb the bridal chamber. Ling Xiao entered his shadow warrior form. The bride did not notice and thought that he had left. She looked a little disappointed. Forget it, I don't expect him to do anything. It's worth it to help someone before I die. The bride smiled bitterly. The door was pushed open, and a group of people walked in. The one in the lead looked the oldest. He should be the bridegroom. This guy was drunk. He was supported by his 2 sons. There was another son walking beside him with an arrogant face. He was probably the servant who served tea to the Yuhua Divine Sect's leader. Damn, a dog is so smug. There was a group of people following behind. Many of them were wearing the Yuhua Divine Sect's uniform. Clearly, they were giving face to these 3 people. "Oh, Daddy, your luck with women is not bad." One of the people supporting the old man smiled and said, "Such a beautiful young lady, even your son is envious. I want to hug a beauty and spend a good night with her. If you like, wouldn't it be great if we father and son could have fun together tonight?" The drunkard laughed. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be drunk. Ling Xiao sighed. No wonder the bride was crying. Marrying such a person, perhaps he would get tired of her and send her to a brothel. "Father, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. Big brother and I also want to enjoy ourselves," another son said excitedly. All right, the 4 of us will take care of this girl tonight. To tell you the truth, this girl was unwilling at first. Her lover was made into a meat bun by this old man and was prepared to let this girl eat it. The drunkard's words were getting more and more ridiculous. The more he spoke, the more indignant he became. Ling Xiao didn't like this kind of thing to begin with. Now that he was indebted to this woman, he was even more displeased. You animals! The bride was finally angry. The reason why she did not commit suicide was because she thought that even if she married this old man as a concubine, she would still be able to find a way to escape. However, he didn't expect this family to be so shameless. How could she bear it? A dagger was placed against his neck, and a dark red color appeared on it. Humph, you still want to commit suicide? The son who was walking alone let out a cold snort. With a point of his finger, the dagger shattered into pieces. At this moment, the bride was in complete despair. She couldn't even commit suicide. What should she do? When she thought about her fate, she almost collapsed. Her true yuan had been sealed, and she couldn't detonate her inner core. Also, biting one's tongue to commit suicide was impossible for a divine core warrior. In front of her was a path of no return. A path of no return filled with darkness. Damn it, you really are a bunch of snakes and rats. Why are there so many evil people like you in this world? Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded out from outside the room. He thought it would be bad for the girl's reputation if he came from the bridal chamber, but if he came from the outside, there wouldn't be such a problem. The bride's despairing heart was suddenly filled with hope, as if it was soaked in a drop of spring of life. Although the hope was just as slim, but it was better than nothing. At the last moment of her life, there were still people who were willing to lend her a helping hand. She was satisfied. Young master, please leave. You're no match for them. I'm already satisfied that you're here. Although she said that, the bride still hoped that a miracle would happen. Ling Xiao walked out from the crowd and entered the bridal chamber. He looked at the father and sons with disdain. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in our family's business? The drunkard walked in front of Ling Xiao and burped. The smell of alcohol made Ling Xiao furrow his brows. Ling Xiao immediately threw a kick at the drunkard. The kick landed at the perfect spot, and it destroyed the drunkard's manhood. The kick sent the drunkard flying, and he crashed onto the ground. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and screamed like a pig being slaughtered. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I like to cause trouble for the Yuhua divine sect. That's enough. A bastard like you doesn't deserve to be a man. I might as well cut off your manhood forever, Ling Xiao said with a cold sneer. The bride was stunned by what she saw. The drunkard was a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Shattered Core realm. He was actually sent flying by a casual kick. His strength was very strong. 2 of the 3 sons who were at the 5th level of the Shattered Core realm walked directly toward Ling Xiao. You dare to make an enemy of the Yuhua divine sect? Are you tired of living? The 2 of them looked down at Ling Xiao condescendingly, even though Ling Xiao sent their old father flying with a kick. They had no need to be afraid, because the 2 of them were much stronger than their old father. Kill him for me. The drunkard was howling hysterically. The 2 of you aren't good people either. You actually want to defile your father's concubine. How shameless! Ling Xiao didn't care about the 2 of them at all. When the 2 of them heard this, their faces became very ugly. They roared and pounced toward Ling Xiao, wanting to kill Ling Xiao. The bride covered her mouth in fear. 1 5th level Shattered Core realm martial artist was already very terrifying. Now there were actually 2 of them. How could Ling Xiao possibly stop them? However, just as she was about to cry out in surprise, she saw Ling Xiao casually throw out 2 punches. These fists were suffused with white light and were incomparably fierce. The 2 sons wanted to block, but it was useless. They were hit in the abdomen and flew out. They were directly crippled. Even if they wanted to recover, it would probably take a few months. At that time, the bride would have long been far away from here. This scene made the surrounding people dumbstruck. Where did this arrogant person come from? He was actually so strong. 2 martial artists at the 5th level of the Shattered Core stage were actually crippled by him so easily. Could it be that the woman's friend came? The bride was also dumbfounded. She thought that Ling Xiao was just a mere middle-stage core realm martial artist, and his cultivation was even lower than hers. That was why she didn't ask Ling Xiao for help. Who knew that this guy was actually so strong? Before the crowd could react, Yi Zichen said. The third son, the manservant who served tea beside the Yuhua Divine Sex Sect Master, suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. The moment Ling Xiao finished his attack, he launched his attack. And the distance was so close. Ling Xiao had no chance to dodge at all. This kid was waiting for this moment. End of this chapter.